Good morning, kids. Hope everybody's doing well this morning. Welcome to Midnight's Edge in the Morning. I'm Tom Connors. With me is the boss man, Andre.
Greetings, everyone, and good morning. Hope you are all doing excellent, and apologize for starting a little bit late. As you might notice, it's just the two of us. George hopefully will be joining us before long, but for
If not,
now,
we'll have a
just have
script
to enjoy the two
doctor,
of
I
us.
think, coming as
Yeah,
well. So we won't be alone for long. And we're not actually alone. We have a beautiful chat waiting for us. Hello. How are you guys doing?
we do. Greetings, everyone. We have Sander Hammerslag here. We have Will Bloom, an American in Sweden. We have Martin Vasquez here. Deleted Scenes is here. Naked Fame is here. Mags is here. Greeting all incoming viewers. Mr. Dragon says, only 20 minutes late. Yeah, sorry about that, but we're only 16 minutes late. 16, let's get it right. And, yeah.
He already puts it 5 after, anticipating we're going to be a little late. So
yeah, exactly. And we continue to like lowball those estimates. But yeah, so maybe we'll start saying that we begin at like 6:20 or something.
we
But I
dropped a
fear
video
for
this
that
morning.
it's just going to escalate even more.
But we dropped a video this morning, so I hope we made up for that.
Yeah, we did. Oh, we have Echo-based network here. Greeting, guys. Hope everything is awesome.
I'm willing to bet that's Nick. Of course, what's Nick doing up so early?
Well, Nick, if it's you, then greetings, Nick. What are you doing up so early? And of course, we also have Finland representing, as Robert Wiley points out here.
Finland.
Yeah, Finland, where the real Santa is from, and not the one that Seth Rogen is bastardizing. Everyone, by the way, should go check out George's video on exactly how badly they did bastardize that.
Well, speaking of
I'm
Seth
sure we
Rogen,
can talk about that. Yeah,
my buddy was upset. He wrote on his Facebook this morning about a friend who got his truck broken into while he was working, and I typed, but Seth Rogen said that's supposed to be fun. And you're supposed to expect things like that, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, I'm sure that he'll see the humor in it when Seth Rogen is cast as Ben Grimm, Mr. Like the Thing in the Fantastic Four.
Hey, my dick is orange.
You just know that that joke is going to come then.
The joke is that he gets to play the Thing. I mean, yikes. That has not been confirmed, guys. We're just talking about a
yeah, it's a rumor. It's a rumor. It's not confirmed, but oh
wow, it is Coach. Cool.
I kind of believe it a little bit.
We got the rare Coach appearance.
Yeah. Well, sorry for thinking you were Nick. I know exactly how that feels like. It's like so fun when I go into like in the comments of some video and like people are like, "Oh, hey Tom."
It's yeah, because I'm so prevalent. Yeah. But I'm After Dark. Andre is the main channel, so yeah.
Yeah, and we also have Erik Runge Madsen joining us, representing Denmark. We have Stephanie Janicek is here. Sean Carter is here. Points out that your impression of him is just too accurate. And people
I didn't know I did an impression of Sean, but okay.
Yeah, well, evidently you must have at some point in there.
I didn't know.
And yeah, Tom, we have quite a few things to talk about today. I mean, West Side Story opened this weekend, didn't
Huge hit. Big hit.
Yeah, the massive hit by Steven Spielberg.
It's a good thing he didn't put subtitles on it.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God.
And then I heard, I guess that's only in selected areas, which is fucked up to me, if that's true.
Yeah, I can only imagine that it must be like subtitled in subtitle land around the world. Such as mine.
I could be wrong. Somebody correct me, but the way I gathered the story was it's only subtitled in non-Spanish speaking areas in the US or some shit like that. So like I'm assuming in like LA and some other areas that are higher populated.
Is the movie itself, is that predominantly in Spanish?
I have no fucking clue. I wish Paulie was here. He saw it.
Yeah.
I'll send him the link. Maybe he can give us his rundown. But seems like Paulie was one of the few people to go see it. This movie actually did around $10 million, roughly $1 million less than In the Heights opened with, which is
And I'm sure that In the Heights was probably the better movie.
well, I don't know, but I would assume probably so. But the funny thing was how the media went after that movie, and this was the
Yes.
media darling. And that
Yeah.
was something Andre or Paulie noticed kind of as we got closer to the film. And
That's one of the reasons why I'm so curious to hear his breakdown of the two,
I've heard mostly good reviews, but
and especially to hear exactly what it is that audiences would think of the two when one of them kind of like has the media stamp of approval as something revolutionary and brand new, whereas the other one was problematic because it wasn't quite woke enough and now it never happened because it doesn't fit the
well,
narrative.
and I mean, honestly, I don't think Spielberg's made a decent movie since Catch Me If You Can. I said that last night, and I stand by it. But yeah, according
I
to
don't think he's made a decent movie since, I don't know, when was Saving Private Ryan?
it was 90, or was that 2000s? I'd say it was either late 90s or early 2000s.
Well, anyway, around there, I would say it's like the last time. It was
Catch
like
Me If You Can was like just before like his latest run.
uh,
I actually liked that movie though. But according to him, subtitles are racist, so you know.
okay, explain to me, what does he have against subtitles? Is it like that he feels that in the areas of the US where the Hispanic portions of the population are like significant, everyone should speak Spanish? Is that what we're saying here?
That's the impression I got from the story. Now again, somebody please, if I am wrong,
Yeah,
correct me,
like
but
this is where we rely on you guys in the chat to fact check us and do the research that we couldn't be bothered to.
yeah.
Oh, we
And then
probably should have.
Brian Barth asked what happened to Spielberg. I don't know. He's probably on the same planet as the original Michael Jackson and Tim Burton, for all we know. And he's been replaced with a lookalike, just like they were. I really don't know. I mean, he's. And honestly, it was funny is because I think this is his first film he's ever done with Fox, too. So that's not good. But he went and spent $100 million on this. Actually, it was a lot more than that, actually.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have Bat Manuel, who says he won't allow English to dominate the
Yeah.
Spanish language. I fail to see how subtitling a movie is dominating the Spanish language. Tom, did you know that here in Norway, we subtitle our movies? Not only do we subtitle our movies, we subtitle your movies to be like more specific. So, like when I'm going to go and see, well, if the country is still reasonably open and stuff like that, when I go see Spider-Man Far From or No Way Home on Wednesday, knock on wood, then it's going to be with Norwegian subtitles over the English language. Do you feel that that is the Norwegian language somehow dominating the English?
Yeah. That was
I
sarcasm.
did not quite expect that answer.
That was sarcasm. No, I mean, that's kind of the way it is in most cases nowadays. I mean, we've changed as a world, I would say. Like, I mean, when I was younger, you never saw movies with subtitles on television. In fact, that was kind of a big thing. Like, they dub movies. Most of the movies I grew up with, as far as Godzilla, I'm kind of partial to the dubs because that's what I grew up with. They're part of the experience, right? Like the goofiness of them. But nowadays, especially in a world where anime and certain other things are becoming extremely popular, subtitles are king. That was like, I remember, I don't know if you recall, there was the whole kerfuffle last month or whatever it was over the Squid Game subtitles.
Yeah, I remember because they were so incredibly rushed that That they weren't like quite good enough, I guess.
Yeah, but if you went with the actual closed captioning and not or if you went with the actual subtitles and not the closed captioning, it was
Yeah,
a
that's
better translation,
yeah.
I
Okay,
guess.
okay, of course, because because the problem was that it was the closed captioning of the English dub that was the
Yes.
problem, whereas the actual subtitling of the original Korean was fine, right?
Yeah, there was just some nuance
Yeah,
lost, I guess, in the way the
yeah,
wording was and a
exactly.
few other
Yeah.
things.
As someone that is from subtitle lands, subtitles rules, and they always have. And also, we have a few super chats actually, but
Yeah.
and we have to we'll get through all of them. But
No,
one
but
that
I
we bring
mean
up right
there's an
now,
argument to be made for subtitles even if you can't speak a language because
yeah, Spider Unlimited made it just
yeah.
here. He says subtitles help me learn and understand the culture better. But I guess that makes me a Rossazit. And yeah, I guess so,
Well, not
according
only
to Steven
that, they're open
Spielberg.
for interpretation then, like I was pointing out. Like, yeah, a lot of the voice tracks that were done for a lot of the past Godzilla films were in the more leaning more into the comedy. But, now that I've got the big Criterion collection and I'm getting to see them with, I'll watch them with the original, dub,
Yeah,
but I'll
yeah,
watch with the
that has to be
subtitles
interesting.
and you can notice the difference in what they're saying, how they reinterpret things, how they take lines that aren't even there and add them. And, it'll take a completely different kind of approach to a joke or a line or something that's said. And it's just like, where the hell did they get that from? Or vice versa. It's just like, where was that? That's missing. That was pertinent information we needed, like you'll notice that. And so I can see where a lot more people are like, yeah, subtitles are the way to go.
Yeah.
And like I especially noticed that with the latest Godzilla movie, the one you like,
Oh yeah,
Shin
Shin
Godzilla.
Gojira.
Because although that's probably a better dub than most, just watching it with the subtitles adds to the experience because it makes everything feel so much colder when it's on the government side of things. I think it adds to that.
It adds to the documentary
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
that it's meant to have, which is why I like that movie, whereas I don't really like any other Godzilla movies. But yeah, no, that's exactly the point. And I'm so glad that you got that experience of like growing up with the dubbed version and then suddenly seeing the subtitle and saying, "Holy shit, you actually missed out on something here."
Yeah, well, then there's of course the other cases where it's a completely different movie almost because they recut it. But yeah, you'll have that too. But that's a whole nother discussion. But no, like
Yeah, of course, that's a
I've
different
noticed
thing
a big
altogether.
change
But
in the country to where they've become more accepting of subtitles, and to take them away from the audience, I think, is a big mistake.
yeah, yeah, I think so too. Because the only like the reasoning that Steven Spielberg gave that so it's that English doesn't dominate Spanish. That's the most stupid, inane bullcrap I ever heard. What the subtitles would do in that particular case is allow audiences that doesn't speak Spanish to enjoy and get a look into the culture that they evidently wouldn't have a look into otherwise. I mean, and he denied them that. For what bullcrap excuse was that? Like, it's
No, if anything, he could
talking
have
about cutting off your nose to spite your face.
right.
Like, that's just limiting the audience.
He could have boasted the authenticity, and then there's your fact checkers. You have people who actually know how to speak Spanish,
Exactly.
and they'll be like, "Yeah, they did a great job with the subtitles. That would have helped sold the movie." Like,
I'll
and
give
I
you an example of something that did it right. It's one of my all-time favorite movies, Mel Gibson's Apocalypto, which is a movie that takes place in during like the Maya Empire, and every actor is there from the region, and they speak what I guess is the authentic language. It's not one English word spoken throughout the movie, not Spanish word either, because this predates the conquistadores. So it's like completely authentic original language, just as Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ. I mean, to me, those movies were made by the fact that they spoke the original language. That's because, like, I live in subtitle land anyway, so I would always have the subtitles no matter what. But just hearing the original language, that just gave like all that more immersion, I guess, into the experience. And then Spielberg would deny audiences that for that reason. I mean, he's lost the plot If he
I think
really
so.
believes that, he has lost the plot, and whatever filmmaker he once was, he no longer is.
And as far as the closed caption, I'm sure the movie's closed captioned at least, because there are theaters who can actually handle that. I'm hoping he hasn't gone to that extent. But I don't think it matters because nobody's going to see the goddamn thing. In the end, I think it was a much to do about nothing. Maybe the Blu-ray will be subtitled.
No, I'm sure it will be. I mean, I would be shocked if it wasn't. I mean,
They'll
and
quietly put subtitles on it and not say nothing.
if for some reason, for some weird reason, it isn't, then just get like the international version. There'll be subtitles there.
Well, we do have Paulie coming in here shortly. He's going to give us his take on the film. But in the meantime, let's grab the rest of these super chats while we're waiting.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I'm just gonna go back to the beginning here
Please.
and go through it and see what we can't dig through of earlier super chats. Meanwhile, how was your weekend? How was the editing?
It was like I had. Well, once I'm done today, it'll be like I've had 3 8-hour shifts in the matter of one day. So like, ask me tomorrow. Like, hopefully,
I'd rather not, because that's when probably you'll be doing the He-Man postmortem. So yeah,
Lord Almighty.
And Planar Aspect says for $2, 5 weeks from episode 200. Where has the time gone?
I know. I was thinking of that. Yeah. I'm like, we got to plan something special for the 200th episode. So we're getting there.
5? Is this not 85 or is it 95?
I think we were in the 80s last I knew, but we might be in the 90s now. What does it say?
It's unbelievable. I kind of like lose count. Now we're on, it's 15 more. We're on 85 now.
185. Okay, so I got to think on
so
that.
15 more, but still, yeah.
Getting close.
He says 5 weeks. Yeah, that's true. That actually would mean 5 weeks.
Yep.
Yeah, that is true. In 5 weeks, because and I have to say, I'm really proud of the fact that since we started, we haven't missed one single day.
This is true. I have, but you have pretty much been here.
Yeah, and I've also missed a couple, but in between the two of us, we haven't missed one single show for now 185 and counting shows.
Awesome. I didn't realize that. But yeah, we'll have to plan something special for that, for sure.
Yeah, we'll find some way to celebrate it. That'll be awesome. We'll try to keep the count straight even. Yeah. And then we have Costas Lavranos, who says for $5 Canadian. Tom and Andre, how's it going, boys? Great to be here. Well, I'm good. And Costas, we're so glad to have you here. You and everyone else.
Yeah. Doing okay. Just waiting on our guests and just kind of a slow morning otherwise.
Yeah. Oh, it's Monday. You know, the day that Garfield doesn't like. Well, we have some cool stuff to talk about, so we'll do that. And we can also welcome Munchkin as a
welcome.
Member. So yeah, it's brilliant. And we have to do like an international member stream here soon again as well.
Yeah, we're due.
We're due.
We're due for a regular one too. So
yeah, to say nothing of the Norse mythology. Then we have we got the Spider Unlimited one, and take your 610 says for $2. Spielberg anti-hearing impaired. What a dope!
Well, like I said, I'm sure
more reasons than one.
The film is closed captioned, I'd assume, because I know like theaters you can usually have that option. So.
And then ActionCom has a comment to the video that we published earlier today. And for those that haven't seen it, we published Cowboy Bebop post-mortem a few hours ago. So go check that out. And he wonders, would you call what happened to Cowboy Bebop a clear tab strategy? An intentional crash to taint anime for the normies?
You know, this is a question that's been permeating quite a bit. And I mean, I think you there was a point where you kind of insinuated a little bit to that in the today's video, but I'm not so sure. But then again, there's kind of a case to be made for it, I guess.
Here's what I think. I think that You have the entertainment media complex. They really wanted to fail on behalf of studio heads and stuff like that everywhere who see anime and manga as a threat. Many in the industry want to see this fail, which is why it got the kind of press that it did. However, I do not believe for 1 second that Netflix wanted Cowboy Bebop to fail. On the contrary, they started this whole thing back in 2017. They have invested a shit ton of money into it. I really genuinely believe that they wanted this to be another hit. I don't think that they're going to spend hundreds of millions on their own dime just to taint uh, a genre that isn't even a thing. I don't think they're going to do that deliberately. And if they were, I think they would have done it more overt than this. No,
We have another special guest coming in too, by the way. But anyway, you're saying.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, this, I think, was a genuine attempt from them to make another hit for Netflix that would grow the service in light of more competition. Remember, this would have happened in the year 2017. They were working on this at the same time as they knew they were about to lose all of their Marvel shows and gain a competitor in Disney Plus. That is when they were doing this. I think that this is what they did as their anti-Marvel programming. Unfortunately, they had inept writers and outright communists working on it. And so everyone tried to do their best, but the best, if you're a communist or an inept writer, simply ain't good enough. What they needed was a good writer, someone like our good friend Script Doctor.
Who is here, but we have another guest coming in as well. But I will say this on that point, and hello, Strip Doctor, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Hello, everybody.
Greetings.
I the only way I could see them trying to sabotage this in any kind of way is that I think you're right in one kind of way, Andre. It would have to be producers and studios not wanting to take on these kind of properties because they can see comic book movies all over again. And for those who don't know this, they do not like comic book movies in Hollywood. They want them to go away. They are too expensive, and they are becoming more of a risk than they are a sure thing compared to what they used to be, especially in the climate we live in now. They can't justify spending 150, $200 million on these kind of movies and just hoping they'll have $1 billion payday. That's not the case anymore. So from what I've been hearing, there is a lot of the producers in Hollywood who would just gladly love to see a lot of these kind of movies go away because they cost too much to make and they don't return like they used to. I don't know if you have a different point of view on that script or Andre, but
No,
if anything, I think that's kind of more of it.
Well, they've been saying that for years. They're like, we don't want to do a superhero movie. They're too expensive, and it's not so much just that they're too expensive, but when they have to try and get financing for that, it's a lot harder because the price tag goes up. And the sad point is that you can make a great deal of awesome superhero films between $50 to $90 million, but for some reason they like to explode those budgets, especially because in Hollywood, if you can say you spent the most and also earned the most, that's a lot of a lot of power and influence to say, like, I have that money to spend on a movie that made this much money. Whereas conversely, if you say, oh yeah, we were able to scrape away the $60 million, it was really lucky that we made our money back. Like, you don't really want to be in that position. But yes, for the last 4.5, almost 5 years now, a lot of producers have been trying to steer away from Hollywood's take on superhero films and get back to more making regular affordable movies that are really entertaining and yield a profit.
Yeah, and I can see them reacting to these kind of films the same way. But somebody who also may have something to say about that, as you saw in the chat, we have a wild kiss, Chris Gore. How you doing?
Hey, doing great, Tom. How's everybody doing? Andre, Script
Glad
Doctor.
to have you here. You got sick last week. Hopefully you're feeling better.
Well, I think it was just burnout from doing, 3 cons back to back on weekends. I did 7 panels.
Did you get the con cold or whatever it's called?
I got not con crud. Actually, I haven't been sick since 2019, but
Okay.
no, it was just burnout. I was just, you heard my voice. I was just like, like my voice, I could
Sound
just
like
like
you were
barely
gargling
talk.
gravel. Yeah.
Yeah. But I saw West Side Story.
You did. So what's your response? What was your first reaction?
Did you understand all of it?
Your response
Well,
to this whole
first of all,
Spielberg business?
Oddly, I took 2 years of Spanish in college, so I actually understood most of it. And I've seen, obviously the original is a classic that I've seen, God, countless times. I've even seen it at retrospective screenings in the theater. And thank you, Etienne. Great comment. Ram Bam, thank you. Thank you to the chat. Hail to the chat. I went to see West Side Story in the theater. And to be clear, the original film is one of my favorite movies of all time. I mean, it's one of the greatest movie musicals ever made, directed by Robert Wise, of course, who did Star Trek: The Motion Picture. And it was, when I was a kid, seeing West Side Story was a family event, right? It was, maybe some others are old enough to remember that, like, back in the day, they would have this like CBS Night at the Movies. You know, it was like a big deal. And
Tonight on the ABC family film.
Yeah, the ABC. Now, and my entire family would get together if we knew it was either like Wizard of Oz, Gone with the Wind, West Side Story. If those movies were on television, it was an event. We planned for it. We'd make popcorn and all sit around. Everyone had to be very quiet when we watched the film. So, I mean, that's how I originally experienced it. I saw it at retrospective screening in the theater. And of course, I've owned various editions of it. West Side Story, probably know it by heart. That opening scene is one of the greatest opening scenes of a movie ever, with the wordless, introduction of the gang rivalry, right? It's so incredible. My first question when I heard that Spielberg was remaking West Side Story was, like many people, why?
Right?
Why?
No, because I agree with you. It's in that pantheon. I agree with, like, Gone with the Wind, Wizard of Oz, maybe
Singing
even
in the Rain.
Yeah, Singing in the Rain, Sound of Music. It's definitely in that. Why would you ever mess with it? Kind of
Mary Poppins,
Mary Poppins,
yeah. How do you make those
Chris and reading script?
Exactly. How do you make those movies better, right? So obviously, this was some personal decision on Spielberg's part. It was something he wanted to do. Okay, he wanted to update it. And I just don't think that modern audiences care. And obviously the box office reflects that. I still think that musicals are popular, but the thing is, the original already exists. It's already amazing. Thank you, Mr. Tickle Trunk.
Yeah, East Side Story. Let's see that by Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, exactly. I just wonder what was his. It's obviously a personal project. It was a pet project for him that he wanted to see done. And I'll say, having seen it, I really got it, mainly because of the music. I got choked up a couple times. I thought it was really amazing. But the question in my head the whole time was, why do this? Secondly, I think the audience was confused at the screening I was at because there were no subtitles. And he did that. It was an intentional choice on his part, which I think is just kind of, it's sort of ridiculous, right? Like, my girlfriend, she's Chinese and she understands, obviously she can understand like Mandarin, which comes in handy when we're watching, Chinese cinema, but she was just confused, right? Like, why are there no subtitles? And it's not as if audiences are not, opposed to subtitles. I mean, subtitles appear in Star Wars movies, right?
Right.
So I thought that was a really terrible choice on his part to just make the assumption that people could understand it. And he was doing that to be culturally sensitive. But I think that was a ridiculous decision.
If I may, I think that everyone that's trying to adhere to postmodern communist Marxist sensitivities and try to be sensitive, it's always going to backfire big time when you're dealing with another culture you don't quite understand, including your own, if you're one of those people. But I mean, just look at the term Latinx, how they've been trying to push that, and it's practically a racist term that everyone that it's to be applied to absolutely hates. But in this case, because we had someone help us out here in the chat saying that and I remember this, the reason was so that the English language wouldn't dominate the Spanish language, with the English subtitles beating the Spanish audio into submission. That apparently is what he thought was going to happen if he subtitled the movie. But what he actually did was deny those who aren't native Spanish speakers a look into the culture.
Yeah,
That's what he did.
Look, let's get back to common sense, right? If I let's say I had not taken 2 years of Spanish in college, I would have been clueless to what was going on, right? I mean, it's just, in fact, what's odd is that I found, and I don't know if this is true. I feel fortunate living in Los Angeles because we have some of the best movie theaters in the country here, right? The presentation is not always the best, and no disrespect to Midwestern states like in Wisconsin, right? It may not be the best presentation, but we're fortunate here. And I'm going to admit I'm an AMC A-list member just because it's a great deal. You get to see 3 movies a week for an incredibly reasonable price, but they are currently offering where you can actually see, like, for example, I could go see Dune with closed captioning, right? Which is for some movies. I started watching Game of Thrones with closed captioning, and it's very useful. You can actually learn the names of inconsequential characters. So they're doing that now in theaters. If you actually go on the AMC app, you'll look, and they offer screenings that include closed captioning. I think it's really smart. I'm just shocked that, I didn't really think when I was booking the tickets to see West Side Story on Saturday that I'd need to pick one that had subtitles. That was odd. But the thing that I think is there are 2 major things that I think are going to turn off audiences, which are, one, there's a character that is a tomboy that is clearly meant to be sort of a trans stand-in, right? And there's no need for it whatsoever. I mean, in the original, in the original West Side Story, there's a girl who's a tomboy who wants to be in the Jets. Well, they kind of made that into a overtly trans character without using that word. And it's sort of like, it takes you out of it because it's like, I don't know, was that a thing in that era? I'm pretty sure it wasn't. So it really stands out. The second thing is there are 10 incredibly cringe lines. They're going to drive people crazy that are just divisive, and we've gotten used to them. One that stood out, and I almost wrote it down, is this police officer comes in, is sort of berating the Jets and says, he basically berating them for being poor and for not being able to get out of the ghetto, and basically telling these white kids, you're a bunch of can't make it Caucasians. And and there are about 9 other lines like that are just really stand out as being oh, this is to placate modern audiences, and it really doesn't work. I'm really curious. I know George Mohlo will be joining. Hopefully he's seen it and has other thoughts, but I don't know if anyone in the chat has seen it.
Paulie is supposed to be joining us, and he saw it too. So
yeah. I mean, but having said that, putting those cringe things aside, the obvious trans character aside, the spectacle is incredible. The music is as good as it was. The choreography and the set design, he chose kind of a different. It's not sort of the ghetto. It's there's this sort of other thread of they're tearing down these buildings to rebuild the city, right?
Like gentrification?
Yeah, gentrification. So it's a little bit of gentrification as a subtext to it. But the problem with these modern films, and I've said it before many times, is they just take that theme and they throw it right in your face. And it's not even woven in any sort of subtle way. And the lines that were the can't make it Caucasians, it's weird. It just really stood out, even I think, I don't know, do people, other than in academia, do people use the term Caucasian? I pretty much just say white people.
I would say it's
unless you're a
sometimes,
police officer.
but not often anymore.
I mean, I guess, yeah. Filing a police report in academia, that's where the term Caucasian comes in. But in almost any other instance.
No, but just before you come in here, I was making the point of how, as a culture, I think we've come a long way when it comes to subtitles. Because I remember when Dances with Wolves came out, there was a bunch of people talking about, well, people go see a movie that's full of subtitles. In America, it was a big You know, like the audiences don't want that business. That's like a
And I-
black and white movie. Who would want
and
to
I-
go see that and read a
I
Who
gotta
goes
movie?
to movies to read, right? Even though there's
Yeah.
so many texts in movies, anyways, on buildings, on newspapers.
But I think it's changed. I think it's completely changed. Anyway, you were going to say something, Chris. I'm sorry.
Yeah, real quick to a guy named Tom. Some people try to troll me in the chat. So there's a guy named Tom that says "lol" at Chris getting choked up at Spielberg's latest propaganda. Just to be clear with the context, I mentioned at the top of this that I had seen West Side Story as a kid with my family, and it was an event. And those songs and that music are something that I associate with the connection with my family. And those songs are pretty much untainted in this film. So what I'm reacting to is my reaction to loving the original movie musical. And while doing that, I'm completely aware that much of this is bullshit. Okay. So I would just give a little fuck you to Tom for saying that. And Tom, that's not you, Tom.
No, I know. I didn't even see it. So I'm like looking for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want, so there you go. But yeah, so I love the film, the original. Go watch the original. And that's the problem with this, is that it's so close to the original, you know, in addition to all these other things, right? That like I wonder why it was made. And I think a lot of this is to supplant the old stuff, right? It's to take this older stuff and like, look, the movie is the same title, right? And a lot of these things are the same title. It really just sort of like, you know, it bugs me, the laziness with which, you know, we're even titling movies now. I mean, like the Robert Pattinson Batman is called The Batman, right? I mean, the 1989 Batman with Michael Keaton is called Batman. Like the sequel to Suicide Squad is called The Suicide Squad. How fucking lazy are we getting, right?
Well, take a look at the last 3 Disney trilogy. They all start with the word "the." The Rise of Skywalker,
I've had a rant
the Last
on this.
Jedi. It's like
I look forward to the Blade reboot, The Blade.
Yeah, I was going to say,
exactly.
don't get me started on this. But
sure
speaking of getting us started, we have Paulie with us in the back here. How you doing, Paulie?
Hey, Paulie.
Oh,
He's
what's
got a
up?
nice hat.
Hey.
Greetings.
I got my hat on. I'm ready for festive cheer.
And, that's what I said. I like the hat.
Latinx Wocoso tears. Boom. Boom. What's up, Chris?
Hey, good to see you, Paulie.
You too. Hey, Script.
How's it going, Paulie?
Good.
So Paulie, West Side Story.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Let me turn on all the let me turn everything on here. Get revved up. I thought I mean, as a film of entertainment and musicals, I thought it was amazing. I know a couple people in the community feel the same way. They really enjoyed it. There's I do a 40-minute I did a 40-minute video on this, guys. 20 minutes pro, 20 minutes con. And you know, that being said, at the end of the day, it's why was this movie remade? There was absolutely no reason for it to have been remade, right? So you know, really, I see the problems that have been talked about are Bounty in the Comics, all these other people, really missing the mark here. You know, there's very little Spanish in this, and yeah, there should have been subtitles. But the point is that the whole Puerto Ricans, they're written worse than they were in the 60s. They're more problematic.
They're less. Wasn't that part of the reason he did this, is so they could make it more updated and not as whitewashed or whatever?
Right. But it's woke washed. It's woke washed. Right.
I like that term.
That's so good.
It's one.
We're gonna copyright that term right now. Woke washed.
TM.
It's one-dimensional, false pride Latino men, which is the oldest stereotype in the fucking book in Hollywood. Right. That pissed me off more than anything. There's a lot of little things that really upset me, right? But I could forgive it because it's as a musical, it's great. I love the music. Ariana DeBose, who plays Anita, is just a revelation. I mean, she really is a great reason why to go see this movie. Did you see it, Chris? Okay, well,
No. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
saw it. I felt the same way as you. But I'm
Yeah.
curious, when they show this movie,
Yeah.
say, aren't they going to subtitle the English in other countries? It just didn't make sense. And I was saying, I had took 2 years of Spanish in college, so I actually had no problem understanding. I've seen the movie, the original movie countless times, so
Sure.
no problem understanding what was going on. But my
Yeah.
girlfriend is Chinese, she didn't know it was going on with some of the stuff. But I think the context is actually pretty clear, but there's no excuse. It should have been and also, I'm seeing more and more at movie theaters, especially at AMC, that you can actually choose to see movies with closed captioning, even movies like Dune, oddly, right? Because Southern California is fairly multicultural. So,
well, listen, I really want people to check out my 40-minute video on this, because I really broke it down why I loved it and why I hated it. And each con got worse and worse and worse. And it just shows me each con had to do with the writing of the and then it was not just the Latino stuff, but stuff that was changed from different people singing different songs. You're like, at one point I was just like, why is this person singing this song? And just because she's a Latina, that character should not be singing that song. That song belongs to other characters. I've known this musical since I was a kid. I've been in it and all that stuff. But what we're talking about when I say woke wash, I've documented this over and over and over again. This, first of all, West Side Story is not a Latino film. It's a musical based off of it's its own iteration of Romeo and Juliet, correct? Right?
Yeah, it's an updated version of Romeo and
Right.
Juliet.
And it keeps on updating. There's been all kinds of different adaptations of Shakespeare. That's what's so great about Shakespeare.
Well, Romeo and Juliet is also an adaptation of Pyramus and Thisbe, which is an ancient tale.
Right, but going to Shakespeare, everyone's done their own takes on Macbeth, on on Taming of the Shrew, blah blah blah.
12th Night, also. Yeah.
12th Night, right. Well, we can go down the line.
And let's not forget Tromeo and Juliet by William Kaufman is also a classic. By the way, written by James Gunn. So there you go.
So when I say woke wash, I mean I'm referring to a brand new era of discrimination, ignorance, racism that you see, and you've seen it, Chris, that you've seen from the fucking Star Wars movies to now, is how they really, really write for minorities. And it's a placeholder, it's souveniristic, and I'm fucking tired of it. Right? And again, I loved this musical. I love Spielberg's filming of West Side Story. Right? But I did not appreciate. And let me tell you, I'm not the only one, man. I did my work. I went and talked to and connected with Puerto Rican reviewers. They fucking hate it. They hate this, man. Wow. They love the performances, and they appreciate Latinos actually getting to be cast in Latino roles, which you can't say that about the 61, which was my only reason this year for saying, well, this is the only reason why I'd want to see it get remade. Right? Because you had everyone else but a Latino playing those Latino roles. And God bless, rest in peace, Natalie Wood. But I always thought that accent was too affected. And even though her performance was beautiful, I could say the same thing for Rachel and her performance. She's a great innocent and an amazing singer. But her accent was off and on, right? But it's this lens, man. It's like, that's what you really think of us. And that's why I'm called the Latino slant, is because, you know, it's like I got to remind, and it's not just the woke wash. It's also the Latinos that get in there and use that X to bookmark themselves and gatekeep. Yo, do this shit independently, because until shit really changes, it's gonna, I mean, this is like a step back, man. This is a 50, 60-year step back, because it is, yes, it's Latino actors, but it's the content and the purview of the 50s and the 60s is in language and in the writing. And I don't give a shit that it was in Spanish. So what? What is that? What is that? You know,
Desperation, maybe.
and then to say the line, go back to where you came from. Puerto Ricans it's a different experience. These guys did not do their homework. These guys, I'll point it, right? Kushner and Spielberg. God bless you, talented people, but you didn't do your fucking homework. Because if you know one thing, is that Puerto Ricans don't have to go back to their country. They're U.S. citizens.
So David Kushner was one of the producers on this?
Tony Kushner. They go back and forth from Puerto Rico to the States. It's a different, complex phenomenon. You're talking about, you know, undocumented or illegal aliens, or, you know, so we know it, you know. So again, it's a misguided virtual signal when you say go back to where you came from. It's like it almost was more authentic, the discrimination in the film of how these two gangs talk to each other in the 50s and 60s. That was actually a more on point, calling each other spick and wop and greaser. Yeah, man. I you know, I get heated up because you know, we come so far, and yet when it's a legit, you know, like a film of this magnitude with a big budget, it's you know, it's this. And you know, ¿qué más? My biggest problem, guys, was the writing and then changing the character of Doc to Rita Moreno. It just made absolutely no sense. And then they give her a song to sing, and I'm just like, what is going on? So, you know, by making her a Puerto Rican Valentina, the widow of Doc, it creates even more. It says to me, you're just making a Puerto Rican just so you could say we got Rita Moreno in that role. You're not addressing the fact that the character is Puerto Rican, but it's not connected to the Puerto Rican community that's there. But you're talking about the Puerto Rican community. They didn't hire a Puerto Rican consultant. What they did is they went down to Puerto Rico and said, we're going to redo this, and we're going to redo this authentically, but we're not going to hire a damn fucking person as a consultant. Well, we'll get Rita Moreno to consult. We'll put her as a producer.
I think she was added to lend it credibility, right? I mean, she will more than likely be nominated for awards. I mean, the Golden Globes came out.
Done. It's already done. Chris.
Yeah, exactly. And
it's already there.
Yeah,
it's already there. Why? Sorry, Chris, but why the fuck isn't In the Heights there? And that is a. I'm going to
ask you about that actually.
That is a superior, amazing musical that that they suppressed with their media, with their coverage, and how they went after the creators because they didn't have the Afro Latina, and that's the first thing in their PR. In their interviews, where Spielberg and them were saying, we have an Afro Latina. You know what? Like that, man, because that to me says this is our house Latino. Some of that is like old school, disgusting discrimination, and but because of my channel, I want to cover everything, and I love West Side Story, but this is where they failed.
Well, I just want to stop you for a moment because our scheduled guest has joined us.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome, George. How are you doing?
Hello, my friend. How are you doing, Tom?
I'm so glad to have you here. I don't think you've met Chris yet.
No.
George!
Hi, Chris. How you doing, my friend?
Hey, how's it going, George?
Great.
But I believe you've met the rest of the crew, though. Maybe not Paulie. Have you?
No, I don't
know. Paulie.
No, okay,
so
Paulie, meet George.
Hello, Paulie.
Yeah, I'm hot and bothered right now, George. So
he's all amped up on
I
this
understand.
stuff.
I listened as I was driving in. I heard you. Hi, Andre.
So, like most of the country, George, I'm assuming You haven't seen West Side Story yet, like most of the country, I'm assuming.
No, I haven't. I've saw
Okay.
the original with Natalie.
Yeah, well, Paulie and Chris were kind of talking about the film, and before they got in here, I was talking about Spielberg in general, and like, I feel like he has kind of lost a big step. I mean, I was
Oh.
saying he's not been the same for however many years, but like he's been doing things that I don't think he ever would have done before, and I think this is one of them.
He's lost the plot. I mean,
Well, not just that, like he was somebody who was very anti-remake until he did like War of the Worlds.
right.
And even that one kind of rubbed me the wrong way because he said he'd never make a movie where the alien was the bad guy.
I appreciate
then-
one thing about that then, because that's the one movie where Tom Cruise showed the world how completely nuts he was when he demanded every people reviewing it and interviewing him had to get like Scientology training. So there was that good thing about it.
Yes,
Yeah.
everything was exposed.
But no, like even that like sense, like he was always somebody who like when he would make like Jurassic Park, he would talk about like, this is my King Kong. I always would love King Kong and I would have loved to have made King Kong, but I did this instead. Like
Right.
that was always the kind of guy he was prior. And now all of a sudden he remade West Side Story, and that was like point Chris brought up when he come in was like, West Side Story is right next to like Wizard of Oz.
yeah,
and
absolutely.
Gone with the Wind and Sound of Music I brought up and a few other ones we were talking about. So like I just feel like he's completely lost himself and not just
So
the plot, but yeah.
a real good friend of mine Rosa reviews. I don't know if you know Rosa, Chris. She said, "What if they had given West Side Story to Lin-Manuel Miranda to direct?
Sure.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
That would have been really interesting.
To direct or to write?
Well, if he's gonna, if he directs, and there's gonna be a good, hopefully, fleshed out, script that's a little more that's accurate for entertainment purposes and not accurate for woke wash purposes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you have that relationship, yeah, I would hope so. That would be the thing, right? Because I mean, some directors, as we're seeing recently, are brought in and they have no control over the script for feature films because it's the producers, right? I mean, I don't want to put someone like Lin-Manuel or anyone else in those positions with the property.
That was kind of what I wanted to ask you quick, Paulie, because we brought it up before you got here, was the whole In the Heights thing, because you noticed how that movie was being treated by the press, and you noticed how this movie was kind of like the press's darling. And then if you look at it, which is I found was ironic as shit, is that West Side Story opened with $1 million less than In the Heights, and In the Heights was on HBO Max at the same time.
Yeah, and
in the middle of this,
my good friend Rosa Reviews put the two Variety, headlines together. In the Heights disappoints with 11 million. West Side Story skips in with 900,000. We had talked about this, guys, in that when In the Heights came out and the activist agenda went at the heart of this story is a immigrant American dream story, which is a fantastic movie. Check it out. And I'm like, well, why are they doing this? And why did it come out now? This movie's more made for the holidays. It's feel good, I don't know what's going on. And then I saw the Rita Moreno documentary. Has anyone here on the panel seen it?
No, not yet.
No.
I haven't seen it.
Won all these fucking
Chris would
awards.
be the only one, and he hasn't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Won all these awards, and she's a legend. The EGOT, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, they're talking about that part of her career of West Side Story, right? And then Lin-Manuel comes in because Lin-Manuel is one of the producers of the documentary. They're interviewing him, and he throws shade at West Side Story. And I said, that's it. That's where these motherfuckers went after him, saying, fuck Lin-Manuel Miranda. We're, like, I know it. Like, I was like the lights went on, man. I'm telling you, because what it matters is right now, Script and Chris, is the award season. That's what they care about, and this West Side's already got multiple Golden Globe nominations. So when I saw that, man, I was like, man, that's why they're getting the hate. And that's why they're vaulting. They have vaulted West Side Story because in the story structure of both, right? In the Heights is an American dream story. It's a great immigration, right? Great, the immigrant story. West Side Story lends itself to being woke washed because it's about two warring factions, two houses. Here we lay our scene. So I'm like, oh man, they're gonna go fucking mocoso on this shit. And even though they really didn't, it's there. It's sprinkled. Definitely, you saw it in the media, and then this stupid Spanish thing. It's just ridiculous. So,
well, what's hilarious is Disney is competing with themselves at the box office. You were going to say something, Chris?
Oh yeah, well, In the Heights, people forget that was also on HBO Max the same day.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So the paltry box office for that can be blamed on that. And someone pointed out to me, I made a comment on Twitter, a platform I despise, that musicals are kind of like comfort food, right? It's like a family event. So most people probably, and who knows if we'll get accurate streaming numbers. My guess is that In the Heights did incredibly well on streaming. And we don't even know, you can count one sort of like stream or one person streamed it at one account, but how many viewers is that, right? It could be 12 people in a room. You don't know how.
Paulie and I even noticed that they were kind of burying it on HBO Max at the time too. Like you had to go searching for it.
Well, and to address some of the stuff that Paulie said earlier, I think it's always better when if you're going to portray a culture that it be done, authentically, right? Like this is why I've always really liked, world cinema, whether it's, Korean horror or, films, from Spain or whatever. They're always better with subtitles so you can hear the actual actors' performances. And it's always better when it's made by people from the culture. And what we're seeing is, and Spielberg being a good example of that, is he probably wasn't the right person to do this, maybe as a producer, not necessarily as a director, right? There's just too many examples. Look at Santa Inc., which was really dominant, which is getting so much deserved hate. You've got, two people who never celebrated Christmas growing up making a television series about Christmas, and they clearly hate Christmas and all that it represents. And it's done in a style that's beloved in a sort of Rankin Bass, stop motion animated style from
reindeer, like Frosty the Snowman and stuff like that.
Right. And it was, that thing is so disgusting. I saw the trailer the minute that Santa Inc. came out, and I immediately sent a link to Ryan Cannell because I was like, dude, you gotta and by the way, Dune the musical was done by the Duplass brothers. Actually, it was in a series that was on HBO, and I'm forgetting the name of the series. I'll look it up. There's actually a subplot in this show that the Duplass brothers, Mark and Jay, did, where they actually put on Dune the musical in the show. I'm gonna search for it right now. But I'm sort of like torn because I'm watching West Side Story and I love the music and I'm noticing all the changes, and I'm like, there was an attempt, but I kind of feel like why are they making this? And the other thing is like, look, theatrical attendance is down by more than 50%. Don't ask me how, but I ran into Johnny Knoxville at a party recently. And I love Johnny Knoxville, right? The Jackass movies, they're great. Went up and talked to him, and his hair is sort of spiky silver like mine is. I'd show you, but I rolled out of bed not long ago, so I appreciate Midnight Edge not caring that I'm not on camera now. But I asked him, I said, why did they delay Jackass? And he's just like, people aren't going to movies. He just said, look, box office is like down by 50% of the audience isn't there. So they moved it. I guess the Jackass was originally going to come out in October, the same date as Dune. And they moved it. They moved it to I think it comes out in February, around Super Bowl happens. So I guess Hollywood is still kind of holding its breath. But I don't think when you look at this, a movie like, West Side Story remake coming out, as much as I ask why, that's a family movie. That's a family event. So I'm just really... I guess I'm not shocked it tanked, but the theatrical experience is being killed by Hollywood.
Well, and I'm curious why, because here's something that Paulie and I bring up a lot is that, you know, the Hispanic and Latino crowd is very underrepresented in Hollywood, even though they're pretty much the second largest crowd as far as viewing films and television. They're very underrepresented. Now, all of a sudden, you have two movies in the box office that are aimed at that demographic at the same time from the same company, both technically family films. Do you feel like that's a bad idea? I mean, we got Encanto and West Side Story out at the same time.
I think it's more of a reflection. It's not a reflection on necessarily. First, put that aside for a second. I think it's a reflection on how people see movies, right? And I think how people see movies today is you can get a 4K TV at Costco for $300 and you can watch it at home. And people are willing to wait the additional time, to watch it in some other form, right? The theatrical experience is, I mean, look, if you're a family of four going to a movie and you're getting snacks, you're looking at north of a $400 experience, right? Like, and that's
a nightmare of wrangling kids too.
Yes.
and wrangling kids and all that. So I don't know, like, look, and also, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but gas prices have gone up.
The price of everything has gone up.
The price of everything has gone up. Cereal per pound is more expensive than meat.
Milk.
So, milk, like all that. Like, look, I raised two kids. I remember having to make those choices, and I can tell you 100% I went to the movies less,
Right.
Unless it was some sort of big event, right? If it's a big event. So I just think people are looking at it and going like, hey, it's this cost versus I could buy 3 Blu-rays for the cost of going to the theater with my family for an evening. That's just the reality.
I think there is that.
I could have 3 1-month subscriptions to a streaming service.
Yeah,
Exactly. It's good.
I think the bigger problem is more so just the quality of films, right?
Right.
Like, because there's been stuff that's come out and people have gone, like Venom, even Ghostbusters to a point. There's been movies out there that have done well right now. I think it's just a lot of people are like, I'm not going to take the chance if I'm not sure I'm going to enjoy it. And I know we have some super chats to get through, Andre, but that's almost possibly a good segue to our next story. Go ahead, George. You have a point
no, I was saying, I think one of the problems, I want to say also hello to Script Doctor, because I didn't say hello when I first came in. I think one of the issues is people are weary also because of the woke. They're unsure how a film is going to pan out. When you're looking at spending that type of money, think about it. What is it that woke does to a film? Forget politics for a moment. If we pull ourselves out of it, woke is propaganda. Any propaganda is bad. Film, in my opinion, it's telling a truth from a certain perspective. It's to convince you, to bring you into the world. Woke is a lie, and when you have something that begins with a lie, it boots you from the beginning out of the story. No,
and I think you're right, George, and I think that's where some movies have suffered. We've had a lot of movies that have gone into the films with this woke kind of advertising, and then when people have seen the films like Venom, Dune, just to name a few that I can think of offhand, and then the movies themselves don't really carry that
Eternals
message. Eternals was another one, but
like
that I think.
Well, here's like the thing that at this point it would be easier to mention the movies that don't have.
Correct.
Yeah, you're right. It's
like
propaganda.
Ghostbusters.
It
is, but the
subversive communist propaganda.
It is.
I mean, that's what it is.
It is, and that's why it's not working, because film tells a truth, whether it's a revenge tale, a space fantasy tale, Lord of the Rings. It's a truth from someone's perspective, and woke is a lie. It's a tool. It's a tool.
It's ironic.
Yeah, it is, but it's a tool. So when you go into it, you kind of like, it's not sitting here at the forefront of your head where you're going, what is going on? It's just something that it doesn't allow you to have that suspension of disbelief. And then all of a sudden you're going, like me, I used to be fluent in Spanish. It's been a long time, but I never, I'm not perfect.
Well, it's disingenuine, I think.
It is, but if I'm sitting here and I'm being pushed out of the film when I can't read the subtitles, that's telling me what? That's telling me he doesn't give two shits about me or my experience or my family that I'm with or friends. I'm disconnected.
It's also it's basically saying anti-engagement. That's what it is. Like, because that's what story is. It engages you. You lose sight of everything else around you, and you're immersed into the tale, whether it's being in a book, a short story, a comic, a movie, television show, what have you. The goal of anyone creating is like, I want to engage that audience. I want them to see nothing else but this world. And then when it's over, I want them to come back to this world, either watch the movie again or maybe want to see other stories, even if I'll never give you another one. Like they just want that desire.
Imagine a script you turned in, if you turned it in and there was 3 pages in the middle missing, and you're like, no, I'm not giving that to you.
I think Max Landis did that.
No, I think you guys are right. It's disingenuous and it takes you out of the experience. We've talked about it all the time.
It's like going on a roller coaster that never goes up first. Right. It just doesn't even move. You're there.
Well, and it becomes predictable, right? Like you're right, script. Like we get to a point where we can almost call some of this shit. Like look at what happened with Motu. Like we called that shit, and then it was even worse than we expected it to be. And I still sit here like just curious how Andre can sit there and go, the second half wasn't as bad as the first. It's like, dude, the propaganda was worse than the second half, if you ask me.
Yeah, I know, but it's all propaganda. Like it's all.
I get you.
You see, like Xi Jinping and other persons whose name rhymes with Boris were laughing their ass off over this. But still, within that propaganda, when you have to watch it, like still to me, the second half was less painful than the first.
I guess I still don't see that. To me, I was more upset by the second half. But
Well,
I mean,
when we're talking about which was worse, that's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a question for Andre or anyone on the panel. Do you think this was, to go on to what Polly was saying earlier, do you think this was solely done just for awards? Because they had to know that would that would push the audience away. Chris, do you think that? Like, would they make 100%. A film just for award? Would someone make a film just for awards, blow $100 million?
Yes, because movies that do win awards actually do make more money, right? Because it's some endorsement, and additionally, Rita Moreno being available, and the timing of that documentary coming out, I think makes a lot of sense. So. Yeah, and Hollywood has always gone for films that are woke, whether it was on the surface or not. If you look at the history of Hollywood, it's always social justice issues that tend to be the things that rise to the surface.
But they used to feel in the story, where you know what I mean? They were part of a story. It felt organic.
It felt organic back then, but now it's just out of lazy writing. And sort of a profound disrespect for modern audiences that they're completely incapable of telling a message delivering a message that allows the viewer to make up their minds for themselves. Now it's just sort of thrown out. It's just pure propaganda on the surface like that.
It's a whole generation raised by social media, I think, is the problem.
Precisely. And also, like, God, have you seen the trailer for that terrible movie, The 355?
No.
I cringe every time I see it. Oh my God. You know what? I don't want to get into it because you guys haven't seen it, but look up the trailer and watch it after this. It's about a racially and ethnically diverse group of kick-ass women who are these action heroes, and it's so overt in its message.
I remember that movie. It was called Kill Bill.
Well, Kill Bill was organic, right?
Yeah, right.
Kill Bill, you believed it. Tarantino can make you believe, but this is just like, it looks like a Saturday Night Live sketch, but it's a real movie. So look that up later. I don't mean to derail the conversation.
Think about that. Think about that. Could you imagine if Kill Bill, when you right when you're 15 minutes into it, if all of a sudden it just switched to Japanese or Chinese and there are no subtitles?
Well, not just that, but like they made had some grand speech about how the men were bringing down the women and all this bullshit. Like just
Could you imagine Toshiro Mifune in one of Kurosawa's films all of a sudden to stop and start giving a soapbox rant? I mean, it just
seems out of pace.
Hate it. Yeah. Audiences hate it. It's just it's not working. I don't understand why. And maybe it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, they always say that like Hollywood moves at a glacial pace. So what you're seeing is generally from script to screen, or from, let's say, concept to screen, is an average of 7 years.
What?
So the problem is that when it comes to culturally speaking, the thing that is the slowest to react are the movies, right? Because they take so long to make. So what you're looking at right now on the screen are ideas that represent 7 years ago, for the most part, probably 5
On average,
to 7
yeah.
years.
Really?
Yeah. So culturally, in order for the sort of, pushing back against these terrible woke movies, it's going to take years, because there are movies that are in the can that were made when people thought differently, right?
Yeah,
So
we've
we're
made this
talking
point before, too.
2015, because you're talking 2015.
Well,
so
we've made this
Exactly,
point too.
exactly.
It takes 2-3 years to make a movie, plus we had a year that everybody took off.
Right.
So we're way behind. And
not only that, like the script could have been written maybe 3 or 4, or in some cases 20 years prior to that. So it's a relic of that period, and then it has to get updated and changed to fit the current times, because one of the things producers like to say is, why does this story have to be told now? And if you can't figure out a way to do that, you're probably going to be set aside for something else. And
Hollywood is a big cruise liner. It takes forever for it to change direction. So hopefully we're seeing it. We're seeing a lot of the woke wake up. I've said this in the last week or two here. We've had a lot of situations where I feel like there is a change in the waters a little bit, but we'll see. We got some super chats I want to grab here, and then we got a whole nother story that people are clamoring for us to get to, Andre.
Yeah,
so let's
indeed.
please.
Yeah, let's do a couple of super chats first. Now it takes a little bit too long to go through bring every single one up on the screen, so I'm just going to grab the catalog ones here behind the scenes. I'm just going to bring this one up because it's pertinent. Peter Smigelski says for $5, Shogun, the TV series, had no subtitles for the Japanese.
Godfather also was pretty sporadic with it too. I mean, it's not so much that I think people have a problem with that, is when you do something like West Side Story, when it's a family film, it's not The Godfather.
Especially, it's more than a few seconds. It's more than just a sound bite. You could understand in Shogun what was going on when they just had an exchange that was really quick, because you'd have the body movement, the action. With this,
part
of the point of Shogun is that the character had to integrate the culture, so not understanding was actually part of the story. And thanks for commenting on that. I haven't, that Shogun TV series I saw as a kid, and it blew my mind.
Yeah, I got it on DVD. It's great.
Really?
Wow, I need to rewatch that.
But see, things like Shogun and The Godfather, I can understand the stuff that's not subtitled. This makes absolutely no sense to me. So.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, they did something similar in Taipei, which came out after Shogun, if y'all remember it, script, Chris. But they still had, but the interactions, the way they were done, you still understood it. I don't know. It just seems different to me. When you take the family out to see a film that you cannot understand, and you want to appreciate it, you want to enjoy it, especially if you watched it growing up. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
talking about?
Is anyone out there going to make the argument that they didn't subtitle the whales in Star Trek 4? Because you don't need to do that.
No,
let me ask you guys a question. I'm not trying to be a dick, but why are you guys so hung up on this Spanish subtitle stuff? It's not a lot of Spanish.
Spielberg's the one who made it a big fucking deal.
Yeah, exactly. He's the one who made it a big deal.
Okay.
Also,
I think it should be subtitled, but it's not like there were chunks of scenes in Spanish. That's, it's
because Spielberg said that he doesn't want the English language to dominate the Spanish.
What he says is that he didn't want it to other, which is like, again,
but that's even worse.
Another woke wash. Absolutely, it's worse. It's another woke wash. Mamadas, which means bullshit, right? Yeah. And I just asked because I'm like, I think the most authentic, it's crazy, the most authentic kind of Spanish to English I've ever seen was a movie called Crazy Beautiful, and it starred Jay Hernandez and Kirsten Dunst, and the movie is like whatever, but his interactions with his mom at home, where the mom only spoke Spanish to Jay, and he replied in English, because that's really how the next generation we taught you. I mean, George is Greek. I don't know if you have an American household like where you did that, where like
we we call it like the Greeklish, because we go back and forth between Yasu, how are you doing? You know, it just kind of meshes together.
Right. But to show that on film, you just don't see it done right. And I know that the director made it a point, and that's why the director is wrong. But again, to me, there was bigger problems.
I get you, Paulie. My point I was making, and I think that some people are having with this, is like, because we were even making, like, in fact, the chat was just making points for, and I think Tennille's making a similar one, why subtitles aren't always necessary. But when you look at something like West Side Story, that's where I said West Side Story isn't The Godfather. It's a family film where you have a whole different age group of people, to where it's a little different when you're an adult going to see something like The Godfather, where they don't subtitle certain lines,
right?
Where you can clearly kind of tell that something's being said, even if you don't understand the language. And Shogun was another one that was brought up. And I think Tennille brings up a point here. They didn't include subtitles in Saving Private Ryan in such a way that it served the story, augmenting the atmosphere. Here it's just head pats, please. Well, and that's another thing too, is if you have a character who's in a situation where they don't understand what the other people are saying, it can actually immerse the audience in that character's experience.
Deliberately, exactly, because
I'm not arguing
the audience don't understand either. That's meant to be.
I'm with you guys on that. In fact, what was who again? Chris, did you see the film?
Yeah.
He's the only other one here who has.
Okay,
it.
so do you remember the song that the Puerto Ricans sang right after "When You're a Jet"?
Yes. Yeah.
It's the band version of the Puerto Rican national anthem, right? Mm-hmm. Why the fuck wouldn't you have subtitles at that point? Right. You really wanted to make a point. Put the subtitles there, because what they sing is in correct me if I'm wrong. I know there's a lot of Puerto Rican community members here in the chat right now. That is huge, and yet it was a misstep because no subtitles.
Well, I'll say that, they should have offered, when you go to the movie, to see a closed caption version. Let the audience decide. As much as Spielberg wants to, gain woke points, right? Like you can, if a movie's playing on several screens, here's the closed caption in English, closed caption in Spanish, that would be fine. I don't understand why that wasn't offered as a possible. You can actually see Dune closed caption, right?
Yeah. Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, well, again, I'd say that where I live in
theaters
Southern
do
California,
offer that as an option sometimes. Yeah,
they can offer, or like a certain screening, like the 3 p.m. screening of Dune is closed caption in Spanish, whatever it is. Like offer that as something in the theater, right?
So I live in such a small area, you have to call ahead to the theater, and if they will actually set up a screening for you.
Wow, that's
but
good.
Like Chris is right. In bigger cities, they will actually schedule closed caption screenings and stuff like that. Yeah,
it's actually on the AMC app that you can see which screenings are closed caption, and it's really useful, right? So, I always like, if I'm going to see a foreign language film, I always prefer, subtitles. Dubbed version. Squid Game, really, there's so many bad.
God, that was
which got nominated. But Chris, here's let me, like it's just me and you right now, right, Chris?
Sure.
West Side Story is not a Latino film; it's a fucking musical,
right?
Right. So that's the first point, right? So if you're gonna Latinidad this shit, right? Get it right.
Yeah.
Which they didn't.
Right, but that wasn't what Spielberg wanted. I haven't seen it, but listening to what y'all are saying, he had obviously another message. He wanted to put his imprimatur on it. His signature.
No, I get what Paulie's saying.
No, I do. I just want to say I don't think he cared about authenticity, no matter what he said.
No, he absolutely did not.
Right.
His idea of maybe in his heart, in his mind, he did, but he's so
that's where the woke washing comes in. I agree with you. Yeah.
Here's another big point, which is it Jaime Esparza that's in the chat. A lot of Latinos don't care about West Side Story.
So you should be able to control that, Paulie, as long as you're signed in here.
What's that?
You should be able to bring up chats and stuff. If
I didn't want to keep scrolling, but
okay.
He was saying the big talk of the weekend in Puerto Rico was the Bad Bunny concert, and that's a whole nother thing. Is that this? Oh, there he is. Hey, James Esparza, Wepa. This is an American story, guys. This is, this is not for Latino audiences.
Right.
That's
well, I think that's the point Chris was making when he came in, is it's a movie for everybody, not just one culture. Yeah.
I mean, that's Spielberg's claim to fame as a filmmaker. I mean, as much as like I think his recent work has diminished, he is the most successful filmmaker of all time, right? And
Really?
because he is able to convey a message that everyone can relate to. When you look back at his most successful movies like E.T., that movie was successful everywhere because it resonated with everyone, bringing you back to, I mean, he's very much Spielberg's, I think the secret to his success, he's very much in touch with his inner child, right? And there's a decent documentary. I won't say it's a great documentary about Steven Spielberg. I'm trying to remember if it was on HBO.
I think it's on HBO. Yeah, it's called Spielberg. I think
it really explored like sort of like his early childhood and kind of why he's connected to that period of time. And I think that's why he's so successful. And I think that Hollywood has lost sight of that, right? Like they're obviously, Paul, you pointed out, and George, in your videos that I've watched, you point out so much of like this wokeness, it doesn't appeal to a mainstream audience.
No, it doesn't.
It appeals to the assistants that people hire in Hollywood because they have some sort of sense of guilt being in the power positions that they are. This is what my observation. The people in charge calling the shots, they're still mostly white people, right? Frankly. And they're hiring assistants that are kind of telling them what to do.
Well,
and it's so weird how they're kind of running Hollywood now. And there's not like a waking up to like, hey, we got to make movies that appeal to everybody, not just what my, woke assistant who just got out of college thinks about shit because they're in touch and they know social media. Fuck Twitter, fuck social media. Fuck all that. If you want to appeal to broad audiences, that includes everyone. Right. And when I say include, it also includes people that have very different political views, right? So
they're looking for the shortcut from experience, right? Because remember, like in the Michael J. Fox film, The Secret to My Success, he was like, I can't get a job because I don't have experience. But now they've circumvented that with social media. It's like, well, I know how to navigate social media, so I don't need experience. Right. And we're learning from the actual truth. Yeah, you do. You want to understand a market, you have to know beyond the internet. And because the internet is just snippets of the world, it's not all of the world. You
correct. That's perfect.
So perfect. I want to go back to what Chris said. Because really, as far as like who's running things and all that stuff, two important things happened in the Latino universe this weekend was that Bad Bunny concert, which was huge, and a ranchera singer passed away. His name was Vicente Fernandez. And he sold over 65 million records, 30 movies. He was the man's man. In fact, he had a song called El Rey, the King. I mean, this guy was Mexican cowboy personified. The way he emoted a song, he was often called the Pavarotti of Mexico. He sang with Tony Bennett. He sang, like that draped the news in Spanish. This wasn't even a blip. Just like Latinx, not a blip. There is no contentious talk in the community. The community has spoken. Over 80%. Not, you know what? I'll give you 10%. All right. 10% want to use Latinx. 90%. No, thank you. No, thank you. In fact, 30 to 40% of us will be pissed and won't vote for your dude if you keep calling me that. Right. There's nothing more important than being respectful to somebody. Say, who are you? What do you like to be? How can I call you, sir? Oh yeah, I'm just, I'm a Latino or I'm an American, whatever, right? But you start putting that shit. It's all connected, Chris. It's all connected, right? This is how we're gonna box shit. But what we won't do, George, is we're not gonna give you guys power to go make and give you money and give you the decisions to go make your own thing. Not under our studio head. Which is why we don't have great movies anymore like La Bamba or Blood In, Blood Out. When's the last fucking time we had a great Latino film from a studio? Selena? That was over 20 years ago, man.
Dora, Jesus.
Dora the Explorer.
Sorry, guys.
No,
Well,
I
that's
love
what-
Blood and
No,
Blood.
you're right though. Yeah.
I
That's
don't
why I
often
think,
get this heated.
but this is why I think that indie film is so important,
Yes.
because you're not waiting for someone to, there are no gatekeepers. You're not waiting for someone to approve it. You're not waiting for someone to give you a budget. You can crowdfund. You can make a movie for under $100,000 using your freaking iPhone 13 with its new cinema mode. There's no one telling you can and cannot do it. And could I throw out another a recommendation? I might have mentioned this movie before. It's the life story of Danny Trejo. It's called Inmate Number One, one of the best documentaries of last year.
Okay.
And I ended up talking to the producers after I saw the movie and interviewed the filmmakers behind it. And I said, like, why are they not pushing this for awards? And Universal, who released the movie, put no support whatsoever in terms of an awards campaign for that movie. And I don't know, Paulie, I'm sure you've seen that movie. I mean, and Danny Trejo is a fucking inspiration. That documentary is so incredible. It's so like his life story stuff I didn't know about him. Obviously, it covers his film career, which a lot of people know. But holy shit, what that guy, his life is a true American success story. Inmate Number One, that doc.
Wow.
And the fact that Universal Pictures did not put money behind it, that was an Oscar lock, at least for a nomination, right? Because
I'm glad you brought it up, because we had Danny on here. And before we had Danny on here, I went and reviewed it because I ran into you, Chris, and you were like, we were talking about it. I was like, fuck, I haven't seen it.
Before you get too deep into this, Chris recommends. I don't get to use that button very often.
All right, that's beautiful.
That's funny. This documentary, and again, I did a nice, well done video review of it. There's something in that, Chris, for everyone, for people who are sober, for people who are ex-cons, for people who are film fans. What an amazing doc. It's a documentary that's pretty long, but it's one that I didn't want to end.
Wow.
His story is so, and it's also one of those things of, did you ever in that doc, or even in any Danny Trejo, him complain about his circumstances, or this was keeping me back? This is a guy that based on his life struggles, reached a point where he didn't give a fuck. That's why I think he was so successful. He's been so successful and continues to be successful in Hollywood. And I watched that interview. It was fucking great. Well, having him on was so awesome. But that documentary is a true, and the attitudes in that doc, are they not resonating today? It's not the message that's being put out, right? Like that the sort of the dogma that people want to push now. Danny Trejo's story is just should be an inspiration for anyone to not let whatever your circumstances are to affect the outcome, right? Like look at his success and continued success. So I don't know. I'm so glad you got to see the doc. But what I'm saying is I put on this award show every year. It's for indie films. I'm talking about small indie movies. It's called Award This. And in some way, it kind of like we're kind of mocking the mainstream award shows because we all know they're full of shit. But also we're trying to draw attention to these small indie movies that have no chance of getting nominated for anything. And that movie won the award in the socially relevant documentary category. Danny actually accepted the award. In a video at the event.
Beautiful.
Such a cool guy, such a cool, amazing guy. But the thing is, these smaller movies get ignored. I just encourage everybody to see that film, and I don't want to, I tend to derail the conversation. My apologies, Tom and Andre. So
no,
It's
it's been a very good conversation. We do have some super chats and
real quick
to get to, but go ahead, Paula.
Real quick, someone in the chat had mentioned The Tax Collector, which was a David Ayers movie. It's a decent, crime drama, but how it was a breakthrough is that it was a Chicano crime film directed by a non-Chicano whose lead was a Chicano. Like it was beautiful. It was it's a decent crime movie, but that shit just never happens. And what had happened was that it actually, Chris, did you get a chance to see that one?
I absolutely saw it. My only complaint with it is it's brutal. I mean, it is gory and some of the scenes I just like. As much as my last name is Gore can throw me off. So
so what had happened was that because of it, it got a lot of Latino reviewers putting it down, because here we are, another stereotypes, drugs and this and that. It should have a disclaimer for people who have had to deal with drug cartel post trauma. I'm like, dude,
what?
It's an action film.
That's a real thing.
Yeah, that was a real thing. That was at LA Times and all the
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know if you got that, Chris, but it's so. Again,
I don't know. I just think I don't put like all Italians in one category because of mafia movies or the Godfather films and whatnot. Like I think that's naive and stupid. If you are stereotyping people because of that, you're a small-minded person who doesn't get out much. You know
when I was younger, my grandfather first taught me. I saw him. He took me to school, and at the end of the day, he picked me up, and I saw him. He had a friend with him, and he was German, and he was speaking to him because him and my grandmother, they were in the concentration camps. And my first question to him after his friend left is, I go, "How do you talk to a German?" He goes, "You're a boy, so you don't understand it now. You see things as a child. You'll understand it when you get older." He's like, "Because you look at the human." He goes, "You think I hate all Germans?" He goes, "No, I don't like the men who hurt me or my family. That's it." It's the same way when they lump everyone in. It just gives it it's a bad stamp to generalize so many people.
Well,
I agree.
I agree, right? I agree, guys.
What's bothering? What's bothering you?
But listen, I agree. Fundamentally, I fucking agree with you guys. I have no problem with that. But it's. I know, guys. I know you're talking about when you. I'm kind of at a loss. I'm kind of flushed. So.
That's all right.
Yeah.
But we have a few more super chats to get through, and we also have a few other topics to discuss here. So let's begin.
Before we grab that, I just want to let everybody know that there's that whole Valtechy thing or whatever people are posting. That's a hacker thing. Don't jokingly put that, or the mods are going to block you. Okay, because we're blocking anybody that puts that thing in there because that's a phishing thing. So if you're goofing around, you're going to get blocked. Just a warning. So yeah. So if you don't accidentally want to get booted because of that, don't even joke about that stupid thing. So yeah. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, it's like a VAL dot whatever thing people have been posting. Yeah, it's actually like, because what it's from is a bot that's doing like a phishing site thing. So don't click it, don't go to it, don't do anything. Let the mods deal with it. Don't joke about it. Don't put it in yourself if you're a real person, because we don't want anybody to get blocked. But anyway, with that being said, sorry, Andre.
Yes, with that, we are going to go back to the classic super chats. So sorry that we haven't gotten through your super chats just yet. For those who are waiting impatiently, we will get through every single one. Can't promise that everything is going to be relevant to what you. One more time. The stuff that we were talking about when you sent it, I cannot promise that we're still talking about by the time we get to the super chat. But moving on. Munchkin said for 10 British pounds. Hello, Andre and Tom. Just joined. Oh, yeah, so welcome as member. Yay. I'm sure Grace Randolph said Shang-Chi needed to make 700 to 800 million to be in profit. It made nowhere near that, and apparently it's in profit. Who's lying?
I don't know. See, I've been in debates with certain people about this for a while, because I usually go by the rule of 3.
Right.
That means a movie has to generally make 3 times in the box office what it cost. Now, there are exceptions. If a big bulk of the film's profit are in the U.S., there can be exceptions to that. But with how much Shang-Chi cost, if it's profitable, I'd say barely.
But then don't they just get a percentage of each ticket, Andre? Tom? Don't they? They don't get
Yeah,
the entire.
well, that's kind of why I go by
No,
the third
they
rule.
generally do get that, but Disney gets a far greater percentage than many others. I know, like for the last few Disney movies haven't even been shown in the communal Norwegian theaters because they haven't been able to reach an agreement with Disney. So you have to see like the Disney movies in a private theater.
Oh, I
and
see.
There's that. And also here is what I would like to point out though, that never mind that Shang-Chi isn't profitable, it doesn't really matter that much because this year is a very exceptional year. The last couple of years have been. All the movies that were greenlit before any of this happened, they were greenlit with different assumptions of the world and the market they were to be released in. The assumptions that were made then are simply no longer true. And most are aware that many of the most expensive movies, they're never going to see a profit, not necessarily because there's anything wrong with the movies, but because they can't in the given marketplace.
Right.
It's simply not possible. And if they are able to anyway, if they're able to defeat the limitations of the market, well, so much the better. Then that's really a true sign. But as it is right now, every movie that underperforms and that doesn't profit by conventional metrics can always hide behind that. I think that's a little bit important too.
But even by the rule of three, I think Shang-Chi only had to make like, let's see.
Because I keep hearing it didn't make money.
Like 450. So around that 450 range, it would have broke even-ish. So, like, again, that's generally what I do.
But that's gross, correct? That's gross. That's not taken into account. We were just talking about. That's what I was trying to figure out.
It is kind of.
That's their percentages that they take.
That's kind of an easy way of doing it, right? Because in certain areas, like in the U.S., on opening weekend, they generally get like 75 or whatever percent of the box office. Then every week after that, it goes down. But now, like, say in China, if they actually were lucky enough to release a film in China, well, we've been told they're lucky sometimes to get 10 cents to 25 cents on the dollar there.
Wow.
So, like, maybe 10 to 25% of the box office, depending. So it varies. So, like, that's why I use the rule of three. So, like, I'll take the budget, whatever the budget is, because then you got to add on, advertising and all that business, which in this era, they've spent a lot less on advertising than they used to. But they've been doing more direct advertising and stuff like that. But normally, they'll spend $100 million on advertising one of these bigger films.
Okay.
So you got to take that into consideration too. So that's why I usually sit there and go, okay, the budget's this much. They have to make 3 times that to be in the black. As far as that's usually the I would say is the best way to do it, because you kind of covered yourself as far as like areas that would not have made as much money from and stuff like that. But I said, like I was saying before, like a movie, like if it has a much bigger portion of its box office in the US, then you can kind of look at it and go, well, it may not have had to have made so much overall, but that's where you're getting into nuanced stuff. Like you can sit down and really like play with.
So did it make money or did it lose money? That's what
we don't know.
Oh, we don't know.
I think it's around that break-even point right now.
Okay.
Because there's the other thing we have, and this was from people like Gary Tunnicliffe have told this too, is movie budgets are kind of like the Pentagon's budgets. They tell you one price, but they actually pay another.
Gotcha.
And that's why I always say my other favorite saying is a movie only makes as much as it depends on who's asking. If it's the press asking, then it's the most successful movie of all time. If it's somebody they might owe money, then it never made a dime.
That's a great way to put it. That makes sense.
I think Chris and Script know exactly what I'm talking
that's not
about.
Even joking. That's I'm sure Chris and Script can both chime in with agreement to that.
I don't think Chris is back yet.
Yeah, I think he stepped away. But yeah, that's a typical thing in Hollywood. So like if that hopefully answers your question.
Yeah, no, that does. Because I've been trying to find a perspective of, did a film like Shang-Chi actually make money and what the metric was? But I think you answered it.
About this point, I'd say it's at least in that break-even range.
Okay.
It's at that point where if you really want to try to make it out to be a disaster, then pick your battles and pick a different one.
Okay.
I'll put it this way. If it was released day and date on Disney Plus with a $30 rental, it probably would have made more money.
Yes.
Really?
Black Widow probably made more money.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That answers my question.
Because they got a lot more of that money right in their pocket.
It's almost direct. Anything on Disney Plus that you pay extra for is pretty much
all they're paying for is overhead.
But doesn't that eat into their film, to what they make in the theaters?
Of course.
It can potentially, yeah. But the ideal goal is that, they go to the theaters to watch it, and then if they really liked it, instead of going to the theaters, they'll watch it on Disney Plus, and then it's a double dip. But I mean, that's not everybody's going to be doing that.
See, that's where culture, and I have noticed, and we've made the point where I think the studios have finally understood that they've disrupted their secondary and third markets for films now. Because let's take Black Widow, for instance, as an example. We're waiting to see the video sales on it, but I'm willing to bet it's going to be one of the lowest of all the Marvel films, because a lot of people paid for it already on Disney Plus, and it's there for free now. So they're probably not going to buy the Blu-ray. Like when I saw it first came out, the only Blu-rays I saw selling were the Steelbooks, and Steelbooks have a collector value. Like it didn't even look like the entire row of the regular Blu-rays were dented at all. So I don't think that movie sold very well. Because of that reason. So like, I think that a lot of these studios are realizing that, and that's where they're kind of pushing back towards the theatrical release, even though people like Disney, there may be more incentive for them not to, because I think Chapek paid attention and saw they made a lot more money with Black Widow doing that $30 deal. And this is what I was warning people back when, is like, as soon as the studios realize they can get you to pay 30, 40, 50, 60 bucks for a movie, they'll do it. They will, and people laughed at me, but then next thing you know,
no, they do
this whole thing.
In Europe, I paid that at these theaters that they were more like 20 seats, but big lazy boy style.
Well, and I'm talking about at home too. I'm talking about like they'll give you the option of, okay, you can go see it in the theater, or you can go see it at home right now, but it's going to cost you $100.
Right?
Like it'll get to that point, and that's the way they'll be able to amortize the cost of these things, because that's the only way. Because like I keep telling people, is they're never going to stop spending the kind of money they do on movies. They're just going to find a way to make us pay for it.
Correct. Especially since their merchandising sales are down by everything that I read, at least in the Marvel area.
I mean, it would do good for them to have to try and work with lesser budgets, but that's not going to happen. But anyway, speaking of budgets, we have some super chats to get through.
We do indeed. And continuing with the super chats. Next one was from, let's see where we were. A Vat of K, who says, for 5 Swiss francs, in Switzerland, movies are sometimes shown with subtitles in German, French, and Italian. Talk about racism. Yeah, that is so annoying. Like, I love my subtitles, but I hate watching movies in like cruise ships or like in hotels and stuff like that, where you have the subtitles in multiple languages on screen at the same time. That is a pain in the ass. I can't even describe in words what that destroys the experience. But
of course.
And then Deleted Scenes says, for $5, hail Andre, Tom, Mods, and chat. It's too bad we're talking about subtitles and not story or character. Marketing kills another good movie. Yeah. And I hope you were quite pleased with the discussion that we had on that later on. And Revkor says, for $5, reminds me when he special editioned E.T. and removed the guns. Yeah, Steven Spielberg was already sliding back then. Hypergiver 2 says, for $5, trolling the Twitterati is so easy, especially with Spider-Man right now.
Yep.
Hold that thought, because we're going to get into Spider-Man. Matthew W says, for $5, West Side 1961 won 10 Oscars and is considered a masterpiece of American cinema. Spielberg is just doing a vanity project at this point. Yeah, and it's hard to disagree.
It's hard to disagree, yeah.
Yeah. My countryman Paulus Plain says, for 100 Norwegian krona, Midnight's Edge, have you heard? $3 Theater are bad-mouthing you all, including Cameron Pancha, on the story of the new Disney chairman. Well, let him badmouth all he wants. I mean, that's what his channel is all about, isn't it? Badmouthing other YouTubers. Let's time be the judge. And Mr. Evil 1 says, for $6.66. Yeah.
Very poignant.
Yeah, it has been scientifically determined that you will spend 1/7 of your life on a Monday. Yeah. Science for the win.
I like
a
that.
great
that's
joke.
that's like a Skeletor meme.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that, the high priest of the science, who need not to be mentioned, he probably would have to melt several dog faces to find that out. But anyway, moving on. Arsa Place says for $2 from Archives. Strange not hearing at 2x speed. Love Midnight's Edge. Oh yeah, we're live now, so it's difficult to change the playback speed.
It is, sorry.
And Brightest Day says for $1.99, rest in peace, Kaiko Nobernotto. I guess may Kaiko rest in peace. And ActionCom says for $10, Chris, are you there?
I am absolutely here.
Hey.
Okay, good. Chris, do you believe in generational filmmaking, where a new generation tries to honor previous generation by doing the same work, kind of like Cape Fear from Robert Mitchum to Robert De Niro?
I mean, when it works, it's great, and when it doesn't work, it's this new West Side Story, which again, I'm in two minds about. Right? I mean, I love the music, and I love the I love the original, but boy, it just does not. It doesn't translate. I think that Scorsese, De Niro, Cape Fear was pretty damn good. I mean, that one was to my recollection, was a really good update. It can be done, right? Like, I mean, look, I don't think there are any hard, fast rules about art, right? There are things that I think definitely work, which is allowing an audience. This is what I think is just sort of annoying to me about all this woke stuff, is it just doesn't respect the audience. It doesn't respect the audience to make up your own mind. This is the theme idea that you must agree with, and if you're not, you're a bad person. Like that I think that general audiences are wholly against. So as long as that's not present, I mean, I think people are willing to accept these different versions. I just think that, like, it's so overt and right in your face that I guess I'm not surprised that
I think
Story tanked.
I think another point that needs to be made, Chris, and I wonder if you'll agree with this, is that a lot of the remakes that we got that actually worked came from the era where the video age was taking over. Like, it was prior to that. Like, I always bring this up, like in 1976, when the King Kong remake came out, chances were most of the audience hadn't seen the original because it hadn't been in theaters. It got a few re-releases here and there, but it wasn't like steadily on television or anything like that. So, like, until the video age, like, a lot of people hadn't seen the original Thing or seen the original Fly in the newest generation. But then we grew up with video, right? Like, we can quote Ghostbusters.
Oh yeah.
Like, there's the difference. We can quote Jaws. We can quote all these movies, to where that's where I feel like the mistake was made with Ghostbusters and a few of these other ones. Like, who would be dumb enough to remake Die Hard, right? Like, that came out in the height of the video age. So we all know that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, do you think that's part of the problem too, with why it's so hard to get a remake nowadays?
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Like, I mean, I grew up like just watching on television. I would seek it. This is how I learned to read, was I just wanted to read what was going to be on television that week in terms of movies. So I remember the, original King Kong, right? But
right.
Yeah, the remake with Jessica Lange is pretty. I mean, it doesn't hold up.
No. But for instance, like, I didn't get to see the original Kong until it showed on TNT in the early.
Isn't
early
the
90s.
black and white problematic now anyway? Because like well, there's actually two things. One is that it references the World Trade Center, so I'm sure that's going to require like some context warnings or content warnings.
Shout did it without it, actually.
Okay, well,
right, but it worked though with Cape Fear from Mitchum to De Niro. I mean, it was. I think De Niro's performance was even better in the film overall than Mitchum.
Well, it depends, right? Because it's a remake, right? So you wanted to kind of be familiar to the story, but also stand on its own, like
Correct,
Scarface did.
Yeah.
It waited a generation.
Quite a few generations.
Yeah.
Right. Or The Star is Born. A Star is Born.
That one's been redone 100 times. Yeah.
Didn't we just do it with Lady Gaga?
Right.
Well, and I think A Star is Born and King Kong are kind of those movies that lend themselves to a remake, because I mean we've gotten plenty of them.
But they don't have to be, right?
They don't have to be necessarily.
Me and you started talking, Tom, because we were like, what if should La Bamba be remade?
Oh no.
See, we said it'd be better as a mini series.
I could see it as a series because then you could flesh it out.
Exactly.
And dive into more, but remaking it seems like disrespect.
And that's where I've been I've always done like the asterisk to a Jaws remake is like I don't want to see a theatrical remake, but I will take like a movie of the week that is basically the book, because we never got the book, but I still say Jaws the film will be superior in many ways. Like it's one of those things where like you can never top it, but you could do something different in a different way. I mean, how many different Christmas carols have we had, for fuck's sake?
Gosh.
Dracula's
but like you could do a 3-part miniseries of the Jaws novel, or you could do like a 6-part miniseries of La Bamba. That would be fantastic.
That's what I mean. Like that's what miniseries are for, because don't remake movies, but if you are going to do it, I mean, almost every single time when I have seen a movie be remade as a series, it's been pretty interesting because you're able to flesh it out more. I mean, just look at Westworld. Yeah, fine, it crashed towards the end there, but it certainly began. So
it initially had some great ideas.
Hey, Darth Maul said, Darth Maul says he wants La Bamba to be remade with Asian actors claiming to be Latino. Technically, that's what La Bamba is.
I think that's the joke, man. I think that's the joke he's making.
Oh, is it the joke? That's pretty funny.
Yeah, because Lou Diamond Phillips part Filipino or whatever. But like no, but when we spoke to Lou, I mean, that's the thing is like that was a dream come true, and it was like a pinnacle moment for Paulie and I, because La Bamba was one of the first things him and I really bonded over. So like, you know, and I'm sure to a lot of people that would be a big deal. And, you know, we have talked extensively about that, so you can check out our videos on that. But we do have some super chats to get through as well. Like this one, I know we're losing Chris here soon too. Steve Lee sends in $69.99 from Canada, eh? Welcome and thank you for that. Says, I really enjoyed the new West Side Story, but there were only 10 others in the IMAX theater with me last Thursday. Spider-Man this Thursday is basically sold out. I love the look of the sets. The opening scenes felt like a rubble film from Germany. Wow. Any response to that, Paulie, since you're one of the few who've seen it?
Well, I took my mom, and it was me, my mom, and one other lady, and then one other dude in the back. So it was pretty empty.
I have noticed that Spider-Man tickets are getting hard to come by. I didn't get mine early enough,
I just think also too, West Side Story is just like for people who love musicals and for older people. You know?
Yeah, I don't think millennials are into musicals like our generation or previous generations. Do you? Does anyone think millennials?
I think they're into going because you know Hamilton and In the Heights.
I was gonna say I don't know about that.
I think more of a social movement, wouldn't you say? Sorry,
I think Glee really kind of brought the musical to the younger audience.
Well, actually, I didn't bring really the musical. It brought pop songs from the 80s to the audience.
But they started doing like...
And they just not... Glee's got a lot of problems. It's like 3 pages of script and then the rest of it is songs. Like I like going to musicals, but I like it in the theater set. I like going like, you know, to Broadway or to the West End in London and going to see a musical there because there's energy to that. It's like going to a concert. Right. Seeing it on film, I mean, it's not the same, but it's still pretty enjoyable. I mean, especially if everything's done really well, which ideally it is. I mean, I did see In the Heights. I was watching that. I'm thinking, man, I wish I could see this in like on stage. Like it would be a lot of fun. You get the crowd really involved and all that stuff. So,
well, I mean, near the end there, Glee did do a lot of musical.
I want to see Rogers the musical, like from Hawkeye.
Oh God!
That was funny.
Did you see that? Not only was it actually pretty funny, they race swapped Hulk on top of it, which I didn't understand. It's like, was that just a joke?
It wasn't just Hulk. There was a few of them because like Ant-Man was Asian or whatever, and I love that because like Hawkeye's like he wasn't even there.
Right, he wasn't even there. It was an interesting scene. I liked it when he went to the restroom to take a break and I said Thanos was right. The guy's asking him for a selfie.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good moments, and I haven't caught up on that, but I know we were going to talk a little bit about Hawkeye today, but we have some Spider-Man news we're going to get to here shortly. But should we jump to that quick, Andre? Or should we get some more super chats?
Yeah, no, let's get a couple of more super chats first as well, and then we'll get into Spider-Man. I know many people have been waiting patiently for Spider-Man. Here's like the thing: when we make thumbnails and stuff, we don't always know what people will passionately be talking about. And it turned out today that was West Side Story. But we'll get to Spider-Man after these super chats. So, do you have some fresh ones, or shall I continue with the...
Well, we do have one from Paulus Plain here that's on the point of English speaking and whatnot. He says, my life experience of watching English TV and film with Norwegian subtitles is fucking annoying. I am a cosmopolitan, bilingual English and Norwegian dude. Oh. Dyslexia is a bitch. I would love to see Der Untergang without pausing it. Did I say that good?
Yes, you did. Der Untergang, that is the original title of the movie you know as Downfall. This is like the German movie, a World War II movie, the one with the Hitler meme. Yeah, that's Der Untergang.
I saw it.
9999. Revcore says a good remake, in my opinion, was Jim Carrey's Grinch because it stayed faithful. It added to the story. Well, the beauty of that film compared to the other Dr. Seuss films that have been made, when they made the original animated film, Theodore Geisel was all over the animated special. So he even helped with the lyrics and all that business. So a lot of that stuff they were pulling was his original work. Now, as opposed to when they did the Cat in the Hat, there wasn't really much to pull from other than the book and what little they added to the television special. So there wasn't like a bunch of memorable songs or anything like that to pull from, which there was for the Grinch. And I think that's why that one turned out a little bit better. Now, I haven't watched the new one with Cumberbatch, though. I got like 5 minutes into it and I shut it off. So, but no, I actually do enjoy the Grinch, but I'm sure a lot of people here don't. So,
I liked it. I don't like Cumberbatch.
Yeah, I didn't watch the Cumberbatch one, so... Nobody else has anything to add to that one, so we'll move on.
Yeah, not really. Do you have some more fresh ones, or shall I go into the classics?
I think you should go to a couple classics, and then
we'll go into the classics. Mecha J says for $5, didn't the Joker movie show them that they don't need to spend so much money to make a comic book movie? Yeah, but that was recent, and it's going to.
And they learned the wrong lessons.
Exactly, and they took away all the wrong lessons.
Instead, they did exactly what I predicted they would do. A week later, they're announcing, "Oh, we're going to do a Lex Luthor movie and a Tallow movie and yeah,
exactly." Because it was the villain origin story that sold it. My God, like unbelievable. Anyway, moving on.
They're probably lucky that COVID happened and killed a lot of those.
Yeah, they lucked out with that. Mr. Tickletrunk sent us 2 super chats in a row. First one saying, I'm Canadian, eh? I'm looking into the US. West Side Story is a piece of Americana. It's a melting pot American Latino movie. It's actually your culture. And then he sends a correction, Latino American. Yeah, of course, like not Latinx, but I think Latin American is perfectly fine. You don't have to add the gender right there.
And sadly, we have to say goodbye to Chris. I'm sure we'll have him back again real soon, but it's always a treat to get to talk to him. And we love when we get a chance to, Chris. Thank you for popping in, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Real quick, tomorrow I'm going to be on Lorena's podcast.
Awesome.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
All right.
On Wednesday, I'm doing Quarter Black Garrett's podcast. We're talking about Christmas movies,
nice.
YouTube show. And then I'll be on Friday Night Tights this Friday as well. And I just wanted to throw in a final, Chris recommends, a documentary called The United States of Insanity. The United States of Insanity is about the insane clown posse and their battle with the FBI, where ICP fans were designated a gang, 1 million people. And whether you know of ICP or Insane Clown Posse or not, it's an incredible documentary that is all about the First Amendment and how these people they lost their jobs, they lost their livelihoods. 1 million people designated as a gang. It's an amazing documentary, and we're actually on the Film Threat YouTube channel going to be doing a watch party, and we may have some very special guests for that watch party on the Film Threat YouTube channel for The United States of Insanity, a great documentary, whether you're an ICP fan or not. And I just want to thank everybody here. Paulie, always great to see you, man. Just like, it's just a blast. Tom,
Same,
Andre,
brother.
Doctor, and George, great to finally chat with you.
Yes, sir.
I will be screaming your name hopefully on Friday. And just want to say thank you to the chat. Thank you to everyone in the chat who was nice to me. And if you weren't, whatever. Be respectful of other people's opinions.
Yeah.
That's all I ask.
Always.
Before you go, though, I got to do this one more time. Chris recommends.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Tom.
Have a great week.
Take
Take care.
Likewise.
Later, brother.
And also, I would like to say that in terms of the Insane Clown Posse, a documentary that should be made is the Juggalos versus Tila Tequila. That was hilarious.
I used to like the ICP thing until they went a little weird. But anyway, I'm not going to get into all that business. What else we got here real quick before we get to Spider-Man?
Yes, we have to get through a couple of more super chats here because you've been waiting so patiently. Cinema Journal says for $2, could cats be a reason this film didn't succeed?
No, I don't think that
I
has
have a
anything to do
very
with the
hard
other.
time believing that.
You know,
No,
I
Cats
had
was
just
just a
said-
very stupid idea.
yeah, I had just said,
Wow.
it just kind of shows you this year that people just aren't into musicals this year.
Or badly, you think in Cat's position, it was a badly done musical. I mean,
It was 20
like,
years too late. It was too creepy.
it was creepy.
I honestly,
Gordon-
George, I didn't see it, but
I saw 10 minutes of it, and that's only because I went to see something else and I snuck in.
Yeah.
Do you think that they should re-release it as the butthole cut?
Oh,
No.
yeah.
oh
No, like I said,
Money,
Cats was
money.
20, 30 years too
I
late.
will.
Plus, it probably should have just been an animated film.
Right,
I
but it
don't
would
think
make
they-
money as a comedy.
Yeah, it should have never. Whoever's idea was to do this semi-human / mix. If they were going to do that, they should have just had them wearing the fucking costumes they did on Broadway, because at least that was less creepy. I mean, it's one of those movies that I just don't know if it was ever going to be able to be adapted outside of maybe animated. Like they should have gave it to Pixar or some shit like that. Then it would have actually been something to kind of celebrate, because they've been like, okay, we got Pixar doing the animated version of Cats. You know, it's a big deal. But it's kind of like when I feel like they finally get Wicked out the door, it's going to be like, okay, we've seen this story 12 times over because it's been ripped off, and they should have made this musical 20 years ago. There's a lot of these musicals where I feel like you have to get them done or they're just never going to resonate like they should have. Like, I feel like if Trey and Matt never get, the Book of Mormon done, it's going to be another kind of like, oh yeah, that was a thing. Like if they'd have got it done in the height of its, existence when it first came out, like maybe it would have been a big deal. I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but
I'm just saying in general, I think this year that people just want some, what's the most successful film so far?
Of this year?
Technically.
Shang-Chi.
No, it's James Bond.
Or, well, if you're going worldwide, but if you're going US, it's
I thought it was Dune. I thought it was Dune.
And Dune.
No, Dune didn't make that much yet.
Global? Okay.
I think my point is that none of them were musicals.
A musical is generally never going to be the biggest film of the year anyway. When was the last time a musical was the biggest film of the
Chicago?
Frozen was pretty big.
Yeah.
If you consider
I'm just
that
saying
a musical,
this year, coming out of last year, because there was a lot. There was original musicals and then West Side Story. And they all just didn't catch on with people. Like was it The Great Showman? What's with Hugh Jackman?
Oh, The Greatest Show on Earth.
Greatest Show on Earth. Yeah. Yeah, that was like a phenomenon.
Yeah, that was a little sleeper hit.
Oh, it's a big sleeper hit. Yeah, but you know what I mean. I think there was other things that people wanted to see. They want to see, some people kick ass.
And then if they hear there's some kind of injection of politics, they stay away on top of not being in the mood for musicals.
Yeah, well, don't forget also La La Land. That was a musical, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few here and
It's
there.
easy to forget about too.
But I would see like something like Frozen. I wouldn't necessarily consider that such a musical because it has the Disney side of it too going with it. But anyhow, we got some more super chats to get through, and then we got to talk Spider-Man.
Yes, indeed. Back to the classic super chats. Thomas Plummer says for $10, if he was going to modernize West Side Story, why on earth wouldn't he make the Jets black? As a comment on the way that society pits minorities
It's not a
against
modernization.
each other. He failed at even being woke.
It's not a modern. It's set in the 50s.
Still told them, yeah.
Yeah, which on all that it was the delinquents at that time were the ethnic Polish and Irish kids having problems with the Puerto Rican kids, and so it kind of lend itself. You got to remember too is West Side Story the musical when it came out in '57. It was a huge. It was there was nothing like it before. For its time, it was a message musical, which never happened. The musicals before then were Oklahoma and all that stuff. So that was a big deal. And even the music, because a lot of it's jazz based, was very different. So and then the filmmaking of the '61 was just so exceptional. The film, I mean. That's where I start comparing the new movie with Spielberg and what he did. Some of the retakes he had, his takes on the music numbers were awesome. Some were not. But I saw what he was trying to do. He was trying to go away from the film because he could have easily been done a step by step of the film. Okay, I can keep on talking.
Yeah, no, I know, but I agree with Girthy Guitarist here because he says new original musicals do better than remakes. It seems to be the case, and I think that goes to what basically you were kind of just saying is that musicals kind of are of their time. Like I feel like there is almost like an expiration date on them. Like that's what I was getting to with Cats, and that's why I feel like when Wicked finally comes out here in the next couple of years, it's not going to do what it could have done 20, 30 years ago, right when the story was fresh. And I'm not a fan of a lot of modern ones, but there have been some that have been successful. You even have some of the Mel Brooks ones and a few others that have done pretty well.
I like Jersey Boys.
Yeah, Jersey Boys was pretty good. I was just you got
really
like
good.
Jukebox musicals,
but it was jukebox musical, right?
Yeah, that have kind of been an uptick lately. And Rocket Man was shot like that too,
and Bohemian.
Bohemian was kind of shot like that, but not really. Like
it's not a straight
Rocket
musical.
Man was more so. Rocket Man was more so a jukebox musical, yeah. But anyhow, moving on. What else we got?
Catch that?
A little bit.
All right.
Then we
Jerky Boys, not Jersey Boys. Yes.
Yeah. Then we have our good friend Valiant Renegade. Check out his channel and his recent video with Kamran Pasha. And he says for $10, happy Monday, gents. Have a great show. We'll be lurking and listening at the office.
Well, thank
you. Then I know you all been waiting for this. Sent us a diamond super sticker. And Mecha J says for $5, it's really sad to see Steven Spielberg of all people go out and virtue signal like that. Meredith G says for $5, Spielberg is so woke, he was never going to address what drove both groups of men toward gangs, which drives the tension of the piece. Salient point right there.
I'm with Fierce Sundown here. I want Jerky Boys the musical.
I mean, he had Tony Kushner do the script.
Also, Loki07 says for $20. Thank you so much for keeping us supplied with coffee. Interesting to note, Puerto Ricans from the island don't care about West Side Story. Bad Bunny had a 2-day concert/festival on the island over the weekend, and that's what everybody was talking about on the island.
Paulie brought that up earlier, yeah.
Yeah. And
that's why I asked Paulie if it was David Kirshner, because David Kirshner was the one who produced American Tail with Steven Spielberg. I'm like, that motherfucker should understand and not be doing this shit. That's why I was curious, but okay, it was totally different Kirshner. Gotcha.
Tony Kushner, yeah.
Kushner, not Kirshner.
Who was a Pulitzer Prize winning, Tony Award winning playwright. But yeah.
And then Peter Smigelski said for another $20, thank you so much. The Puerto Rican song America was already a pseudo-woke song from the original. Officer Kropke's song also was making a commentary on low-income youths. So it feels like the original was already doing social commentary. But there's a difference between social commentary and woke. Those
Absolutely.
are two very different things.
Absolutely.
Because woke, let's be clear about this, woke is communist subversion. That's what woke really is, whereas social commentary is not.
Yeah, social commentary would be a snippet of that time, and then told in a way that's very broad and be able to be digested from anyone else watching it at any time.
But
what the other stuff is very dated, very particular, very act now type of stuff. Pretty much just propaganda, and that doesn't travel.
So script, then by that definition, then all you had to do was not change the script.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Just cast Latinos and as based on their talent.
Sure. Ideally, yeah, absolutely.
Well, meaning because that wasn't the case. That was to me, that was the only misstep.
Yeah.
Well, this is what goes back to what I've been saying for a long time. It's not that movies and storytelling hasn't been diverse forever. It's just the fact that you had, like we brought up La Bamba earlier. Sure, you had a time where they didn't necessarily cast culturally appropriate, right? Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean that these stories were ever racist. It doesn't mean that the stories were ever trying to drag anybody down. You can see movies from the 60s, 70s, and 80s that have diverse casts, and they don't stop to tell you, oh, by the way, this character's gay. Oh, by the way, this character's black. Oh, by the way, and that's what woke is, right? Is when they sit there and they basically have to virtue signal the fact, like we talk about Star Trek Discovery is a prime example, because Star Trek has always been socially, has social commentary in it. It's always been diverse and it's always been humanist, but it has not been woke, not until Discovery. Discovery is when it became woke. And I know, Andre, that's something you brought up about half a dozen.
Like the celebration of nothing. Pretty much that's what it is, what woke is, the celebration of nothing.
Yeah. So woke is, exactly. When Lin-Manuel, when In the Heights came out, it wasn't good enough. They had to go after Lin-Manuel and the director because there was no black Latinos in the main cast. But there were Leslie Grace, and she's the female lead, you could say. But they were attacked. So on that, Luis Valdez, the great director of La Bamba and Zoot Suit, and El Teatro Campesino, he would have been attacked for casting today Lou Diamond Phillips, which was a wonderful casting.
Right.
I mean, it's like, hey, this is my film. Let me cast who I want to fucking cast at the end of the day. And, I don't know if Luis could have gotten away with that casting today.
The other part of it is, I think it's a bunch of people who feel like they need to educate everybody. It's like, we get it. John Wayne wasn't Asian. We know he was.
Wait, what?
We know that wasn't the cool thing for somebody to do now, right? But the fact is, they have to make this big, huge spiel about it. It's like, no. Should La Bamba be remade? That was the question. No, I don't think so. But if you're going to do it in a completely different way, that's fine.
Which they did for Selena.
Yeah, exactly.
Which they did for Selena.
Great point.
The Selena movie, right? Which is standing the test of time and seems to be getting better and better every year. And then they recently did a mini series of it, which they fleshed out and brought up the family, because the family was a vital part of Selena's success. I didn't think they did her very well, but that's a whole nother story. But that was cool. And it was a hit for Netflix. The television show.
Yeah. And I think that's the way to go. But anyhow, let's move on. We're going to get to some more of these super chats, but we really need to get to this other story here. Because as Andre and I joked this morning, we're like, that'll be a quick show. Bullshit.
Yeah. We always say that. Okay, let's try to do a quick show today.
Okay, well, what we have...
we say that, we jinx it.
Yes, I told him that wasn't going to happen. We've got some clarification on the Spider-Man deal from Tom Holland himself. We, of course, heard, what was it, last week, that he had a new 5-picture deal that we knew was coming. I've been hinting that he's going to sign something. It's just a matter of time. The ins and outs needed to be worked out. Well, now we have a better idea of what this exact contract will hold. Okay, so while out doing press tour for Spider-Man No Way Home, Tom Holland had been cleaning up and dispelling any rumors, misquotes, and misconceptions about his future as Spider-Man. Well, one of the biggest trades around, the Hollywood Reporter came asking what the deal is, literally, and which MCU movie Holland's Spider-Man is contracted to appear in next. The young actor had to back them up, as you will see in the quote below. Tom Holland is making it clear that the only thing on the table for now is the Spider-Man right now has a whole lot of potential, and any news of the actual deal is just hearsay. Let me zoom in a little bit to this so I can read it too. This one's actually way small. He goes, yeah, that's not accurate at all. Holland says of the reports that Sony and Marvel have him locked in for a new 3-picture deal as Spider-Man. The new deal that was struck up was this understanding between the two studios that should Marvel want me to appear in one of their movies, then it would be an open conversation. I don't think it's as black as white as I have a 3-picture deal with Marvel and a 3-picture deal with Sony. It's just an open conversation and an open dialogue between Mr. Iger and Mr. Rothman. Well, I don't know if he realizes Mr. Iger's out the door.
Well, Iger is always the one that he has had to deal with. I don't think that it has dawned on him that. And also remember, Iger, he is there for another 2 weeks. That's when he's out the door. He might not even have met Jake yet, but that's going to happen.
Point being, I think this kind of goes along with what I was saying, is they have a big, long plan for Tom Holland. They plan on keeping him as Spider-Man for at least the next decade.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel like there's probably, I think what he's saying here is that they didn't put any number on it. I think he has at least another 3-picture deal with Sony, but as far as his MCU appearances go, the sky is almost the limit. So I don't know if that's what you guys take away from this. Who wants to go first here?
Well, let's hear from our esteemed guests.
Yeah, George, if you're here with us, I know he had to step away, but I think he's still away. So, and so is Paulie. Script Doctor, are you with us?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's just an open up deal. So as far as we can tell, he's locked in with Sony, and Marvel can come to approach at any time they wish without any worry of there being a definite no. It's most likely going to be a negotiation case by case basis. And with how Rothman seems to treat the character and the relationship with Disney, it looks like if Disney wants to throw Spider-Man into anything, they might get the go ahead.
That's what it sounds like to me. And that's kind of goes along with what I was hearing. Andre?
Yeah, no, absolutely. This only goes to show that that Sony and Marvel are closer than any of us probably think.
Well,
because,
as I said
last
before,
time, because last time it was like a very, very clear distinction between this is what he owes Sony, this is what he owes Marvel. And remember that he owed Sony one more movie so that he could be in a non-MCU reboot of sorts. That we don't hear that distinction, to me, leads me to think that Sony and Marvel, where Spider-Man is concerned, are pretty much the same right now. That there is some other kind of agreement, which means that it isn't necessary for Holland to distinguish between the two. There's a prior agreement between Sony and Marvel that supersedes that.
Can I do it, since I've been beating this drum for about 6-7 months now or
more?
Go
for it.
I fucking knew it! Oh!
What I love here also is that even though he mentions Iger, he mentions Tom Rothman and not Amy Pascal. And that goes along with what I heard too, was that Tom came in and said, I don't give a fuck what you want. Make this deal happen. You're pissing me off, kind of thing. And I think she got a little reprimanded by that. Even though she's been out in the press with this is like the first time we've seen her do anything in how long? And her coke-addled fucking...
Well, that's the only thing that she does, isn't it? And yeah, she really shouldn't have done coke before the interviews. My God.
She shouldn't be in the interviews, period.
No,
I'll be honest with you. If anybody had any say over that besides her, they should have been like, look, your ass is not going in front of that camera. I don't give a shit.
She looks like a...
She looks like what's-her-face Dolez chick who pretended to be black.
She looks...
Oh, Rachel Dolez?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, her hair was messed up. That was...
She looks and sounds like a bag lady, and maybe smells like one too. I don't know.
Yeah. George, welcome back.
Thank you.
I don't know if you heard this, but basically, Tom Holland had cleared up his Spider-Man deal. It sounds like it's kind of more of an open-ended deal. Last week we had heard it was like a 5-picture deal. but it sounds more like it's going to continue for as long as they want him to go.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think Marvel? I wanted to ask. I'm glad this came up. Do you think Marvel's going to get back the deal, or Sony's going to hold on to it? Because I read a few times in the last 2 months that Marvel wants to buy it all back.
I think Andre and I probably would agree on this, that I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Yeah. Sony would want way too much for what Disney would be willing to pay for the rights. And Disney already has so many of the rights back between merchandising and stuff that it's not worth it for them. And as long as they can keep working with them like this deal sounds like, then there's no real reason.
Okay. That's exactly it. Because here's like the thing, that the price that Marvel would have to pay to buy Spider-Man back from Sony altogether.
Let's be clear, it's just for the movie rights. Let's be clear.
Worth it.
Let's be clear, it's not for the characters' rights, period. It's just for the movie rights. That's all Sony has.
Okay, distribution, isn't that it?
Yeah, well, they own the movie rights to the character.
Exactly. So it's not just distribution. It's the movie rights to the character and the character's universe. As it is, Marvel effectively serves as a production company for Sony. But here's like the thing, they own the Spider-Man character. They have all the other rights, say movie rights.
They can do a TV show, rights. A Disney Plus show, anything.
Yeah, they can do all of that.
Yep.
And they get the merchandise money. That's all theirs.
That's all the gold.
Yeah,
although there has been they have alluded that Disney did forfeit some of the movie merchandising rights, though. So I don't know how much.
But doesn't that always depend on? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but like that's pocket change. The movie merchandising rights compared to all the merchandising rights.
That was just part of the deal to make nice.
Yeah, exactly. That's just like throw them in a little cookie on the side, basically. Most of the venues in which you can monetize Spider-Man, Marvel already has.
Right.
So it's simply not worth it for them to buy back Spider-Man altogether. So they're kind of like locked in this situation with Sony for as long as Sony is a thing.
Okay, because I was always wondering how it's going to go. Because you remember right after the first Spider-Man, not during the Captain America Civil War, but after he did the first Spider-Man film with Marvel, you started hearing how they were starting to have trouble. So I was wondering how long a deal like this holds together.
Different worlds.
That was all Amy Pascal's bullshit.
Yeah. Okay.
See, and she is somebody she was the head of Sony for years, and then she got ousted after the whole email leak.
Right.
Yeah.
And the only thing was, though, she had her hooks dug deeply into Spider-Man. So even though she was literally removed from the Sony lot,
wow,
she still had her own operating offices where they have to basically deal with her on Spider-Man.
Unbelievable.
Because she is contractually tied to Spider-Man. But after this whole deal went down and they didn't hear from Sony for 6 months, this is what I was talking about before you got back. Basically, from what I had heard from somebody, she was the problem. She was the one. She was trying to pull this deal that we had said on one of our videos, where she was trying to pull Spider-Man out of the MCU, but basically trick the audience into thinking he still was in the MCU, so they could continue with their little Spider-Verse over at Sony that wouldn't be connected with the MCU at all. And basically, she was the one who ended up ghosting Kevin for 6 months. And Tom Holland was all upset, and he ended up making it public. So that, of course, sprung Iger into action and Tom Rothman into action. And Tom Rothman historically hates dealing with this kind of shit.
I got you.
So from what I heard, he got completely upset with Amy and told her, fix this shit or I'm going to fix it for you, kind of thing. And it sounds like he may have fixed it for her because according to what Tom Holland's saying here, is that he answers to Iger and Rothman.
Okay.
So that sounds like Amy's kind of taken out of the equation there. And the other part is now that this deal has gone through, Kevin Feige pretty much controls almost everything now. He's the one who's like overseeing everything over there now. Like he's not like in complete control, but they use him as like
close as possible.
Yeah,
as close, exactly.
Like there's even this thing where he came in and re-edited Venom, the original one.
Wow.
Like there's this story that's out there, and I think he even confirmed that. So, or at least he gave them notes or some shit like that. But anyway, go ahead, Andre. You were going to say something.
You basically summed up everything. There's really not much more to add to it, other than that the disagreements that are ancient history, and it's a different world right now.
Okay.
And
this also ties into why there's different versions of the characters we have too, and that's now different as well. Sorry,
yeah,
Andre.
that's also a legacy of Amy Pascal.
So for those who don't like the Zendaya, MJ, and all that kind of stuff, Amy's the one you have to blame for that.
Oh,
as much as you want to blame Kevin Feige,
yeah, that's what I was blaming.
Amy
before.
Pascal is the one, because they wanted to save the original characters for when she pulled them out. I believe that's why Homecoming or Far From Home ended the way it did.
Okay,
that's exactly right. That's exactly why it ended.
And that was set up so in case the shit didn't work out, Sony could just go in their own alternate universe and plop Tom Holland in a universe where, all of a sudden MJ's a redhead. And Flash Thompson's
that makes sense.
Football star.
And
the reason for that is that if the deal would fall apart, right, then every character that had been in the MCU co-productions would be frozen, meaning they couldn't be used anymore.
Outside of
Amy Pascal, and Amy Pascal, she didn't want to freeze the real characters,
right?
So they then created new original 25% different characters, so they could be frozen, so that they could just plop Spider-Man into the
wherever they wanted.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
all this kind of happened when they decided that this all had to come to conclusion when they were bringing in the other versions of the bad guys, because at that point, then that basically the quote unquote 25% different versions of the characters no longer applied.
Okay, are you talking about just the bad guys or also the anti-heroes?
No, in general.
Okay,
so there's still an opening. Like, here's the thing, and I don't know exactly what's going to happen at the end of the movie, but there's still an opening where we could still see Spider-Man wind up in a universe with completely different characters. And there's another thing where we've heard that don't get attached to certain characters because a lot of people are going to die in this movie.
I keep hearing that. I've also heard that Morbius is supposed to do a cameo. Is anyone
he might.
Wouldn't surprise me. And I also, I don't know this, but I would put money on Venom being there. Because you saw the end of Venom into Carnage. The spoilers for those who haven't seen that movie. It ends with Venom suddenly just being transported and watching like the end of
Far From
Home. That's obviously because that was Doctor Strange's botched spell that plucked him out of his own universe and put him straight into the MCU, where he will be getting his traditional Spider-Man black spider insignia on his outfit. So that is coming courtesy of Mikey Sutton, whose track record is becoming pretty stellar in these regards.
No, that's kind of what I was trying to say.
And that also harkens back to like the title of this video, Marvel's Big Week, because this week we have Spider-Man No Way Home, but we also have Hawkeye, and this is episode 5. And here we're going to have another big reveal that they hope is going to break the internet. That is correct.
Kingpin. Yeah, I've been waiting.
That is how they're hoping to break the internet. There may be more as well, but at the very least, we will be getting Vincent D'Onofrio's MCU Kingpin.
I loved him. as Kingpin.
He was so good.
Me too.
Does anyone think Daredevil's going to make an appearance?
Absolutely.
I don't know about
Hawkeye.
Yeah.
In Hawkeye, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know about Hawkeye, but I would say
Spider-Man?
soon enough in one of these next project coming up.
I can tell you at least 2 places he's probably going to pop up.
Yeah, one of them this week.
Okay, Spider-Man and I thought he might appear in Hawkeye if they were tying them together somehow.
I would almost yell at you for spoilers, but John Campea already kind of did that.
Okay. Cool. That's going to be a great
week, but no, that's one of them. Yeah. And the other one, let's just say, is another series down the road. But
gotcha.
But you and I kind of had this conversation.
Yeah, we did a little bit about that.
But no, like for those who may not have been privy to the goings on in the last few episodes of the show, we brought this up too. And that is, yes, we're getting certain people back as characters they were before, but don't expect them to be the exact same versions. Right. So do expect a little bit of a change, but I wouldn't expect it to be extremely jarring. Like when they refer to past events, it'll probably be very generic. like they won't make specific references, but it'll be like to generic backgrounds and stuff like that. And from what we've been hearing, what's his face for the Punisher is still up in the air too.
Yeah.
John Barenthal.
John Barenthal. Yeah.
I love him as Punisher.
They want him to return, but he has. This is what we spoke about on Friday.
Don't they have a little bit more time to wait yet, though, too, for Punisher? Because he's like
they do, but not a whole hell
like
of
a year,
time.
I think, isn't it?
Oh, I
Or
thought
just
it was
shy of a year,
maybe.
actually. Yeah.
Just shy, yeah.
The thing is how dedicated he is. Tom, you and I talked about that the other day.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
dedicated. I mean, in one of his interviews, he said, "My wife is first, my wife and my child, then Punisher." I mean, I knew he loved the role. I just didn't know how much he loved it. And
Yeah,
he
he's
was
like Carl Urban, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, he uses his wife and his children to get into the place where he needs to be for the Punisher, because his method is, what if they were gone?
right.
And that's how the character clicks with him. That's how much it means to him. And yeah, it's just like Carl Urban. Like, I remember, like I had the pleasure of meeting Carl Urban.
Oh, really?
He's a huge fan of Dredd. So I met him at the convention, and it was like really hilarious because like a girl came up during like a Q&A session, and she asked him, between his role in Lord of the Rings and his role in Xena, the Warrior Princess, which ones of those two roles, those two specifically, were his favorite? Dredd.
I always thought he was going to get another one made. I kept hearing it's
He
coming.
tried, and there was a chance, but the people behind it kept fucking it up, and Andre followed that pretty closely.
I can tell you exactly what happened with
What
that.
happened, Andre? Because I never knew it disappeared.
It's a sad and tragic.
Well, the
story.
first early part was the reason it didn't get a sequel right off the bat is because of piracy. It's one of those few times where that played a big part into it. It sold well on video, but it didn't do well in the theaters, and the studio paid attention to how much it was pirated over how much it was bought, and they used that as one of the excuses why not to do it.
To counter that, they tried to do an email campaign for a Dredd sequel, which started strong, but then unfortunately dipped pretty quickly afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, the audience was there. I just think Lionsgate just didn't have the faith.
Didn't want to. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was the distribution situation, because the problem was that in America, Lionsgate was the distributor, and they botched it completely. They fucked it. That's why the movie failed worldwide, because of their inept marketing campaign. And then, making matters worse, it was spread across 50 different distributors all around the world, each and every single one of which had right of first refusal, which made just funding and getting the second movie made almost an impossible chore, because no one really earned that much money on it. It's a huge fan favorite, but none of those that funded it really saw much of a return. So it was always a difficult proposition. So eventually, the direct sequel that died the moment that production company DNA gave the rights back to Rebellion, which are the ultimate rights owners. When that happened, the direct sequel was dead. But this isn't the tragedy. The tragedy is what happened when Rebellion got it back. Rebellion is the owner of the 2000 AD comic book company. And for those that are curious what happened with the Dredd story, you're about to get it full on right now. I also have to give credit to Mr. H Reviews, our good friend, who has followed this extensively. So this is my reading of the situation, though, with information that he has shared with the public, plus a little bit of what I have heard from others behind the scenes as well. So this is then my conclusion with what happened. So basically, Rebellion, they get the rights back. And what they do here a couple of years ago is that they announce a Judge Dredd TV series, and they are open to bringing Carl Urban back. Now, what happens behind the scenes is that they reach out to Carl Urban, and he is interested in returning to the role for the different version of it. So it would be like a reboot, a spiritual sequel, but a different continuity. But still, he would be back. But they were never able to sign him. He was theirs to lose, and they lost him. Because here's the problem. the ultimate rights owner behind Judge Dredd, Jason Kingsley, or Kingsley, something Kingsley, he regrettably has the completely and utterly wrong idea about how to make a Judge Dredd series. He's heading down the wrong path. And Carl Urban recognized that he was heading down the wrong path. And for that reason, he pulled out. What Carl Urban said that they need to do is make a series that is focused on Judge Dredd. You need to follow Judge Dredd's adventures. It needs to be gritty. It needs to be grounded. He can never take the helmet off. Basically, it needs to be everything that the movie was, only more. Explore the world deeper. That's what Carl Urban wanted to do. That's what everyone else wanted to do. Unfortunately, it's not what the nincompoop Kingsley wants to do. And he's the one that sits on the character. What he wants to do with the series, which is not called Judge Dredd, it's called Mega City 1.
That's
something like that. Because what he wants to do is basically to make a series about Mega City 1, following a diverse team of judges, of which Judge Dredd is only a minor character that appears every now and then. But primarily, you're going to follow a diverse cast of other judges. Most notably, America Bennett would be like the point of view character, which actually, you know, who would be a good fit for that role? I mean, that no talks have ever happened, but if you read the comics, like the chick Daniela Pineda, she would be a really good fit.
I can see that
for America Bennett or Ben, whatever. Anyway, so basically, it would be a series that would be led by someone like her, guest starring Carl Urban in occasional cameos, preaching diversity across Mega City 1. That's the kind of series that he tried to make. Carl Urban wanted nothing to do with it, and the whole thing has collapsed. And that's
that
where
makes
we stand.
sense.
Yeah,
and they can't buy the rights from him, huh?
No, because he owns the whole thing. You'd have to buy the entire 2000 AD library, and he only has it as an IP farm. That's all he does. He uses it for. And so the comics and everything have gone to hell because
so it's dead.
Used by woketards and communists.
Pretty much.
It's
unless
dead.
he changes his mind, it's dead.
Unless he changes his mind, yeah, it's dead. That's the problem, because you can always kind of like hope that the rights revert to someone that knows better and knows how to deal with it. Like, for instance, has always been like the hope for fans of Conan, that you have Fredrik Malmberg behind there, and he loves the character and wants to do what's right for it. You don't have that with Judge Dredd. It's already at the rights holder, and the rights holder is the problem.
Right. That's sad. That now I understand why you said it was sad.
It is sad.
Yeah.
So there's no hope for Judge Dredd until the rights owner decides that I'm going to come to my senses and want to make some money right now.
Yeah.
Until he reaches that realization, but he's not going to, because he has surrounded himself by card-carrying SJWs. Again, that's not the term I like to use.
No, I know you don't.
Really is what happened. So yeah, and that's
too bad Carl Urban couldn't convince him. But I see where you're going. You can't convince someone like that. They have to come to it on their own terms.
No, I'm actually glad that Carl Urban stuck by his principles.
Yeah.
Because what would have been disastrous is if he would have come back, and that's also something I'm really happy about, taking it back to John Bernthal. That John Bernthal, he has the same requirements that it has to do this, it has to do this, it can't do this, and if it does any of these things, I'm not returning.
Right, he wanted a hard R.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. That's what's needed.
Yeah, and to get back to Spidey, I think this one's going to be the most divisive one,
really,
in a long time.
Yeah, I think so too.
But why? Why do you think? Because of too many characters, or a different take on the character?
How dark it is. I think. You know, I mean, there's a lot of people who are waiting for him to grow up.
Yeah.
you know, I think that there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be upset by some of the things in this film potentially. I don't know everything about it, and I don't know even if some of the
I'm
things I know
upset
are
by
real.
some of the spoilers.
But yeah, just by going off of what Andre's saying and compared to the way I reacted to him, I'm like, well.
But again, that could be a me thing.
Okay. What did you
That's
know?
where I think it might be
Andre?
divisive. Sorry.
What
If
upset you,
Nicholas
Andre?
Hammond isn't in it, I'll be disappointed.
Really?
If who?
Nicholas Hammond.
The old Spider-Man from
He was the original '70s Spider-Man.
Yeah. I would be surprised if he wasn't, to be honest. I would not be surprised if he makes an appearance. I would be more surprised if he didn't than if he did.
Andre, what is it that upset you from the trailer or concerned you?
From the trailer, nothing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing from the trailer. It's
Oh,
what
I
I've
misunderstood.
heard
Oh,
otherwise.
okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you think it's going to be too dark for Spider-Man?
I'm worried about that. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
That's my worry. My worry is that it's going to be Spider-Man 3 all over again. And I hate Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, I didn't like Spider-Man 3 at all. I was worried a little bit that they were doing Amazing Spider-Man 2 where they were throwing in so many characters that it overwhelms the...
Yeah, but that was so bad, you could laugh at it. I mean, you could, like, for instance, the Green Goblin, you could laugh at Beavis merged with Butthead on a flying skateboard.
Yeah,
and also, I did like the Soprano-style ending of it. You know, like the real ending of that movie, where he's like facing the Mecha Rhino, and the Mecha Rhino says, "I'm gonna kill you now." And Spidey says, "Yeah, okay, do it," because he's still in mourning, and you see like he's going forth, and he's just about to be squashed by the giant mecha horn, and there's nothing he can do to get away from it because he's just like waving like this like manhole cover, and gravity doesn't work that way, so it looks like he's about to be sliced, and then it cuts to black. That was the Sopranos ending. He died there. That's my headcanon. So I like the movie for that reason.
I see. That makes sense. What do you think, Script? You think it's going to be really dark?
I don't know about really dark, but I think it's going to hit on some dark themes that people are not going to be accustomed to have been seeing in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I think that's probably what it might just be a shock that it's like, oh, they went there. Because I mean, really, a lot of people like. It's not so much dark that they had Tony Stark sacrifice himself, but it is kind of like dark and sad that the hero had to die. And I think they might be escalating that a little bit more for No Way Home.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm just glad they didn't call it Can't Go Home again. So.
Oh yeah, of course. Oof, that would have been bad.
So yeah, that's but I look, but if all goes well, knock on wood, I will have seen it by this time on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing it Wednesday. I got a screening pass to go Wednesday afternoon to see it. Wednesday,
no, because our new government are determined to lock everything down again to solidify their base of power. So we shall see.
I'm trying to see if I can see it tonight.
Really?
I know somebody who's got.
Oh, sweet.
Oh.
I know, right? I'm like, yo, hook it up, yo.
Anybody have any box office predictions for it?
I'd be surprised if it doesn't crack 90.
Because we have that. Then it isn't next Doctor Strange movie? Or is it
Matrix?
Doctor Strange, yeah.
Oh, the next
in the Marvel. In the Marvel.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting. Interesting. So Tom Holland's here to stay then, as long as he wants. In the MCU.
Technically, as long as Sony and Disney both want him, which looks like it's probably going to be around, like, let's say, 3 pictures. That's at least 9 years.
9 years. So we'll finally get an adult Spider-Man.
If they keep going that direction, they don't keep him arrested as a 17-year-old.
Yeah, but do you think they're gonna pump Miles in there as he's growing up?
Absolutely,
to keep the young
absolutely.
They've already mentioned the Prowler, who is played by Donald Glover.
Oh wow!
So he's like he was in the first Spider-Man Homecoming, and he already mentioned his nephew lives in the area and all that stuff. So they've already alluded to it, and I think it'll be that might be the catalyst. That might be the Tom Holland's last film. It will be the Miles Morales first one, and see what they do that way.
No,
right?
I think that probably the two of them are going to coincide for a while. I don't think that the powers that be at current Marvel are too keen on waiting that long to bring him in. But we shall see here.
Well, I think it comes up to Sony more so than anything else, right?
Oh yes, that's Sony's choice to make, and that's what I mean. I think that they, as in Sony, want to expand their own Spider-Verse as quickly as possible, because the standalone movies, they still earn more on than the MCU appearances. Like, for instance, they earn more on Venom, and they earn more on Morbius, and they earn more on this movie right here. And if they're able to get some Miles Morales movies off the ground, stuff like that, that's more money for them. So it's in their best interest to get as many Spider movies as they can, with the participation of the MCU, obviously, but still like separate Spider-Verse movies. And Tom Rothman will also be very keen on that.
To quote Clark Griswold, I think you're all fucked in the head. He's coming whether we like it or not, and that all has to do with when Disney loses those appeals.
I resemble that statement.
Do you think this is a kind of like a soft introduction of the Sinister Six also?
Oh yeah, that's a definite.
That's a definite, guaranteed.
Who's Craven? Because I haven't been able to see
Craven the Hunter.
Craven the Hunter?
No, he's been cast already. That's like that's
the Kick-Ass guy, right?
Yeah.
Who was also
Quicksilver.
Who was also Quicksilver.
Avengers.
Oh, really?
Aaron Johnson.
Yeah.
Aaron Johnson.
He played a great young John Lennon.
I didn't see that one. I know what you're talking about. I've never seen it.
Nowhere Boy, yeah.
Nowhere Boy.
Well, that's
I recommend it, George.
Oh, I'm gonna go watch it.
George!
Not now. Yeah, absolutely. But I didn't know he was
watch it right now, sir.
Watch it right now, sucker.
While we're doing this.
That's good. I really was worried they were going to pull an Amazing Spider-Man 2 with too many characters, as I was worried about. I really have been worried about it.
We'll see.
I mean, here's the other part, too. If you're going to have a bunch of characters, you have to find the sweet spot of balance. I mean, because you could have a Sinister Six film with Spider-Man, but you have to really be economical with your time with those characters, and every time you get a focus on them, they got to stand out.
Right.
And that's the trick, man.
No fluff.
But personally, I like the one-on-ones a bit more, just because you got more chance for intimacy between the characters. Not romantic. I'm talking like, drama, intense conflict.
I agree.
That's for those in the chat, not for you guys. But yeah, like I like that, because that's one of the faults of doing sequels, is that so many people say it's got to be bigger, it's got to be better. It's like, okay, but those are very abstract words. Right. And a lot of people go for the knee jerk and the lazy bigger and better to be literally bigger equals better, and that's not really the case. Like, you just have to escalate the stakes a little bit more. You don't have to have a bigger starship to come in and go against the Enterprise. Right. You don't have to have 20 villains to go against, the one hero. You got to make it work out.
Paulie, what hat do you have on there? You're muted.
Hi, everyone.
You need to make Latino slang ugly Christmas sweaters. It's too late now, but
you know what? I have a Latino slant Christmas shirt.
You do? I was
do.
gonna say, you need to make like ugly Christmas sweaters. Those are
awesome.
awesome.
I'll be right back.
The typical ugly sweaters for Christmas.
Yeah.
For the holidays.
Yeah, I got a new Christmas sweater T-shirt. Well, I get T-shirts that are ugly Christmas sweaters. I got a Gizmo one this year.
Oh, really?
No, I want to go get the Danny Trejo sweaters, man.
Oh yeah, you got the Danny Trejo sweater.
In fact, I just got a couple dollars, so I think I'm gonna go.
There you go.
That's sweet, but they have to itch. Like those Christmas sweaters where they itch.
Oh, they look. Did you get to see the Danny Trejo interview, George, that we did?
I saw it.
He brought him on and had his face.
He's cool. He's really cool.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was. No, but yeah, definitely. I'll show you I do have a Christmas shirt. I just haven't worn it since last year.
It's almost a Freddy Krueger hat if it didn't have the white shirt.
This one?
Kind of.
Red and green.
Yeah.
No, it's like, to me, it's very Dr. Seuss.
I know, I'm just being shit.
Or no.
All right. Let's get back to some super chats here. I know we have quite a few to get to.
Yes,
and you guys have been so generous and patient.
Yeah. The next one is from T. Neil89, who says for $2, Saving Private Ryan, Lincoln, E.T. feels so long ago.
I didn't even care for Lincoln all that much, but yeah.
Yeah, and T. Neil89 also said for another $2, Shit so often starts as it means to go on. He also said in another 2 super chats, Dr. George Giant Slatington Esquire prescribing sanity. Absolutely. And then, he also said for $5 they didn't include subtitles in Saving Private Ryan in such a way that served the story, augmenting the atmosphere. Here it's just head pats, please.
Yeah, we grabbed that one when it came up. Yeah.
And Chad Rupnerin says for $5, Sir Chris Gore, it's hard to resist, but don't feed the trolls, let them starve. Indeed. And Wild Rose said for $2 Canadian, a lot of us aren't allowed to go to the theaters. Yeah, that is what has me worried. I might not be allowed to go on Wednesday now. We shall see.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to go.
What? Yeah. You're not allowed to go either,
Yeah, Canada's been
if you can't, you have to go if you have all the necessary paperwork. And that paperwork is changing pretty much every business quarter.
And they're actually checking it everywhere?
Well, the places that choose to do that, they do. Like, not everyone has to, but there's been a lot of encouragement and a lot of acquiescence to such positions, which I personally don't agree with.
Yeah. I was going to ask Andre. Andre, you mentioned earlier that there's a communal theater in your country. I didn't understand that.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay. That was it came out wrong. What I meant by that is that we really only have like 2 theater chains.
Okay.
When I said communal, that was a mistranslation of the word kommunal, which basically means that it's a county theater.
Okay.
Because every single theater, almost every single one, are like state-owned, basically, but they're not registered under the state. They're registered under the county. So it was just like me misusing the word. And then you have like one private chain, which is the Odeon. And that is the one that shows the Disney movies, because there's a dispute between like the county, the official state theaters, and Disney over payment. So it's only an Odeon, the private one, where you can see Disney movies for however long it lasts. But because of new restrictions that our slightly authoritarian new government that the adults in my country a few months back here, I might not be able to go, and that it doesn't help with papers or anything like that. It's more like, nope, sorry, you can't do it, because they decided that Omicron, which
they're believing the con.
Oh my god!
The previous ones didn't, which is why we were like so open. But now, these people are fully on board with it.
Money talks, motherfucker.
Yeah. So I might not be able to go on Wednesday either, which sucks in the end. But yeah, we'll see.
Is television getting over there like it is here?
I stopped watching it a long time ago. It's not as bad.
I don't watch it either. But like people are pointing out, like everything anymore is brought to you by Pfizer.
Oh no, we don't have that.
So you don't have that propaganda where they're like dancing in front of the screen and
no, nothing of the sort.
No Stephen Colbert stuff.
No, nothing at all.
Lord almighty.
The only thing is that if you pay attention to all the news that are on TV here, you'll be informed, but you'll be not fully informed, and you'll be partially misinformed. I think you have to like read some other additional stuff on the side, but you won't be completely brainwashed, as you might be depending on which news you choose to watch in the US.
I think Xenobit's saying, or he's offering you a room, actually. He says, Andre, we have 50 states. We have room for more. Come on over, I think is what he's trying to say.
Oh, well, thank you. But
I think America's on that point where they about had enough.
Yeah, but I would suggest you go through Mexico.
But if I were to go to that's the irony. If I were to go to America, then I would have to show my papieren.
No papieren
and stuff like that. Unless of course I go through the southern border.
That's what I would say.
There I can go in. I could probably
walk to Texas. I'm here. I'll pick you up.
I could probably be allowed to mail in my vote right away. So as long as I promise to do it to Democrats.
And you get a check later for $450,000.
Yeah, I'm
there
trying
you
to do
go.
that too. Fly to Mexico and just, hitchhike across the Texas border.
I was telling Nina that the other night, Nina Infinidays. Because she was talking about a future like convention in Florida. And I was like, just walk across the border, get your check. She was like, not a bad idea.
Yeah. Oh, that's
How long do you think it's going to last, Andre, in your country, the lockdown, if you go into lockdown?
You know what? I really can't say. I can't say. Because it wouldn't have been one, I think, with the previous government. But with this one that we have right now, which is the sister party of the Democrats and the Labour in the UK, they are of course super hungry to lock everything down, to solidify their own base of power, because their ratings are dreadful and people are starting to have buyer's remorse. And if there was a new election today, the previous ones, which is why we've had it so free for the last couple of years, would have been re-elected. So now they really have to clamp down. And how long they are going to, I don't know, not with these freaking people. If they can get away with it, they'll do it for as long as possible. But hopefully we have enough people that preach sanity that they get away with it.
That's what I was kind of saying. Like, how are the people reacting? It's like, as if enough people get upset and go, "We don't want this." That's what I meant. The relationship with the government, were they more like in the original Australian kind of mindset, where they're like, "We'll do whatever you say," or they in the rebellious stage where they're like,
"No, people here aren't too rebellious." I mean, people here go along with pretty much anything. Of course, if you had gone full Australia, it wouldn't have worked. But you can do slow little things, like the lockdowns have been, and people will go along with it, no questions asked. But I have seen increasing levels of protest. Like now, only this weekend, there was an anti-lockdown protest and stuff like that. Now, granted, only 100 people showed up, but that was 100 people more than there was a year ago. So
that's good. Progress.
Yeah. And in a country of 5 million,
that's pretty good.
It's not pretty good, but it's not too bad, I guess. But there isn't support for lockdowns forever, and there's no support for the passports and stuff like that. There's no support in the people. You have some people that are trying to push it, but they're few and far between, and there's just not the kind of support right now that they can go full draconian. Especially when we have gotten away so lightly. What's happening right now is that the number of infected is skyrocketing, and because that number is skyrocketing, the number of people who get sick and need to be committed to hospital and who even die, that also increases. But that number is still unbelievably small. We're talking about 150 people in hospital countrywide.
Wow.
So, and for everyone else, they recover pretty nicely. So,
but we're not doctors, so
yeah,
we're not doctors. No, of course we're not doctors. We're not giving any kind of medical advice. We're just pointing out that in Norway, in the past 2 years, we've barely passed 1,000 deaths. Literally 1,000 in total. And that
hopefully they don't do anything this week.
So there's not going to be support for any major invasive. I think it's much what they're doing already. And I probably can't go see Spider-Man. Oh, it freaking pisses me off.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you can. Maybe they just push it off so you can.
We can hope. But all right, kids. What else do we have for?
We have more super chats to go through here. Darius Münchhausen sent us a $1.49 super sticker of a bucket of popcorn, so thanks for that. Peter Smigelski says for $5, Shogun the TV series had no subtitles for the Japanese parts. Lord Trinan says for $5, got a friend who criticizes anti-woke people, saying that if they're against something woke, they must be asleep. Straw man logic, anyone? Yes, indeed. I mean, that is a logic that teaches that up is down, black is white, and project onto others what you yourself are guilty of. This is like what the woke do. They project onto you what they are doing. He is asleep, and he or she is asleep, because that's what you have to be woke. You see, like, everything is backwards, inverted, twisted. They call it woke, but really they're sleepwalking, believing in a false narrative, and then he thinks that it's everyone else who's asleep, which couldn't be further from the truth. Melvin Belliard says for $5, good afternoon, gentlemen. Hollywood has always had Oscar bait. Some were more blatant than others, indeed. And Mags, our good friend and moderator, says for $5, what a fantastic panel. I swear people need to have more life experiences and connect to other people before injecting their wokeisms on everyone. Yes, indeed. Truer words were never spoken, Mags.
Well, and I think that the proof is in the pudding when most of the time a lot of these people that are pushing for this crap are from upper middle class white families
On that
usually
note,
and shit like that. Yeah.
Paulie, you here?
He did have to step out, but he's back.
Yeah,
I've been here.
Oh,
Perfect.
yeah,
Glad to hear it. The Whitfield Report wonders for $4.99. Question for Paulie and the rest of the panel. It seems to me that the Latino culture is immune from the woke cancer. Why do you think this is?
Immune?
Yeah, that's his word.
Oh, yeah. No,
I think they defy it.
No, it's really weird. No. There's plenty of wokosos running around and using the X and being a part of that whole thing. But which I saw Tom and Gang on Sporking talk about that cartoon, which is a good case of wokoso gone wild. But what might seem the reason why we're immune is because we're invisible. And you think that if Hollywood wanted to pay attention to like the biggest buying source, the biggest buying market, right, Tom? But it's they completely ignore us because I think they know we're always going to go to the movies and bring a lot of people.
Well, I think that the part of the question though is I think the truth there is truth to the whole there's been a lot of pushback on the whole Latinx, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Latinx.
Yeah.
95%.
Yeah, so I think that that's kind of what he's referring to mostly.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, there's been polls done since last year on it, and from different polling sources. So much has been done. So there's like a lot of data, and the data shows the majority of people just want to be called Hispanic, or they don't care, but they definitely don't like Latinx. But also, I think what's gotten people kind of changing their tune is that they've connected it to the Latino community's voting power, because the voters, was it 30 or 40% said, if you come to me with that term, I'm not going to vote for you.
Yeah, there's something with that. It was big, yeah.
That's huge, man. I was even like, wow. And those were the same pollsters that polled for Obama. So it's not like,
And I think
that's 538 and all that stuff, yeah.
Well, yeah, and then so what you're seeing now is you're seeing organizations and people pulling back on that term as as an official term. One of the oldest groups of kind of like an old ACLU version of what is called LULAC.
Yes,
LULAC's been around for like 100 years, and they were back in the day real prominent, fighting a lot of good cases. They've pulled X, so it's kind of the beginning, I'm hoping. But I'm gonna do a video on Marvel's voices. I haven't been able to get to it. It's an 11-part anthology comics of all the Latino characters, which that's one thing. But episode 6 is called Latinx and Proud, and it is atrocious. And I will be doing a funny video on that.
Well, I think a lot of it just, I think the main thing you said there, at least in my opinion, that needs to be focused on is just the standing up and saying no. No means no. I
But
mean,
here-
so
yeah.
if you're black, if you're, of not white descent, and you want to end this shit, the best way to do it is just start saying no. I think that's where, this whole Latinx thing went away real quick, or is going to go away real quick, is that you guys are just like rejecting it right off the bat. You're just like, fuck that noise. I mean, like, I have not met one person who's embraced it.
Yeah, and make it clear that Latinx is an offensive racist term.
I'm not. I don't go that far. I don't go that far. That's just for me, because I know a lot of people that use the term, but they're binary. They're in the alphabet community. That makes sense, and that has always made sense to me. What doesn't make sense is that you use it for the entire monolith, because we're not a monolith, and then like you kind of do a revisionist history on entertainment, so you would call something like Latinx, La Bamba, a Latinx movie. I'm like, what? Right? That's where the Wocosos take it to the next level. What I've never seen is Latinos agree on something so adamantly super majority, then don't use Latinx. You never see Latinos agreeing so much on that. You know what I mean? Which I think
that's pretty stunning right there.
It's so stunning. Agreement. But it's kind of like what you guys talk about in other areas. So what I'll see the throwback from other Latinos. They'll say, well, we have so many other problems like misogyny and this and that, and why are we talking about labels? They're not important. Well, you're the one doing this. You're the one pushing for it. And I'd say it's probably one of the most important things you can do to show a sign of respect to the Latino community, to the multi-generational people, is, what would you like to be called, sir? Because I want your vote.
Well, and it's just, I think the bigger problem, at least from my perspective, is that you have an entire movement trying to change not just words, but definitions.
Well,
right?
Definition, language.
Yes.
Language is like, and then, they're going after Italian now. There's Italian X. I mean,
fuck that noise.
Yeah, no, I'm totally serious. You
know what they'll say? Forget about it.
And then the point, and then they're trying, then the counter.
Let's see them try some Irish X shit and see how well that
right. Dutch X, I like that. And then finally, I just want to say real quick is that the counter to our counter is that, besides what I told you about, there's other problems out there. Thank you. I can deal with more than one problem at a time, but the other thing is that they're still trying to say it's a contentious issue in our community. No, it's not. It's not.
It's only an issue to those trying to make it a thing. Yeah.
We have spoken. Ya basta. Ya basta. You know what a contentious issue is? What's better? Red pozole or green pozole? Green menudo or red menudo? What's more contentious?
I'm gonna go with the green because that's
right. I'm just saying there's other things that are, this is not contentious, but that is from a quote from one of the Marvel writers, and I'm gonna have that in my video. I'm like,
oh, did you see the one? I thought I sent it on to you or whatever, but I saw there was something where there was actually a character in the comic book. I think it was a white character explaining, or maybe you sent it to me, I can't remember which, but explaining why using Latinx was it was a big long spiel in a comic book, 2 pages long.
Well, this is a hideous,
of a white chick white splaining to some.
Well, on the video that I'm gonna be, God, I got so much. We just did a Midnight's Edge Espanol Cowboy Bebop eulogy. That's how.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is Miles Morales' mom, and Gwen. They're all talking about Latinx together in the kitchen.
Oh, is that the one?
That's the one today.
Oh Lord, it had to be Miles.
And it's Latine. Here, let me
fucking Christ.
Let me copy the image.
Well, while you're doing that, Diego Flores brought up a point here. He says Latino culture is not immune, just that our history has entrenched in us a certain mentality that is conservative in current era because of, for us, religion, tradition, and family is more important, and in most Western world. I was actually going to make a similar point to this, Diego, but it's much more poignant coming from you, obviously. But you can always catch Diego over on Midnight's Edge Espanol, of course, as well.
We just
as you were just mentioning,
Well, and that was one of my other things, and I'm going to talk to George about this because that was one of my other things, George, about I had a bigger problem than the subtitles in West Side Story was the fact that they erased Marie and Bernardo's parents out of the
right.
And I'm like, they're all immigrants. They're all going to live together.
I know, but that's the same way that I read about it since I haven't seen it when they brought in, and I like Rita Moreno, but they removed the doctor. I read.
That is my single biggest problem of the movie.
How do you do that when
the Rita Moreno character? Right. And it pained me to say that. I prefaced it. I go, this is not about Rita.
Right. No.
But it's brilliant. Like you have her playing this this character that's so out of place. Then she sings somewhere, somehow, to the photo of Doc. I'm like,
that's
that was my low point of the movie. Yeah, man. But back to multi-generational, it's like, again, you're not getting the culture. And how lazy is that? How lazy?
That's a good word. That's a good word for it.
Is that we're just like Greeks or Italians or, any of those with backgrounds that have strong multi-generational family members living in under the same roof or very close together. Yeah.
Well, I say just keep pushing back. It's worse than cultural appropriation. It's cultural
vandalism.
It is really. I mean, because they think they can control the language, and it's like it's not for you to control
or reshape. They think they can reshape culture and their image. I
mean, there's a story about that, guys, and it's in American history, and it exists and it has existed. And if you want to find out about that, go watch Zoot Suit. Zoot Suit,
yeah.
Zoot Suit is an original, true story
musical
in regards to new language, attitude, fashion, discrimination, and music. It all exists in the 30s and 40s. It was called the Zoot Suit era, and it was magnificent. And we had talked about if we had the budget, if we had the Spielberg budget, would we redo Zoot Suit? And now I'm like, fuck no, don't touch it.
Don't touch it.
And what was one of the main points I brought up in our review of that, or whatever it was, the retrospective or whatever you want to call it, was, how I feel like kids nowadays should see this and see what real true racism is, and look at how far we've come since then. And I just feel like they're not taking any of that shit into consideration. Like, I'm not going to sit there and pretend that we don't have a little ways to go, but we have come leaps and bounds from where we were even 40 years ago.
We have come. You've come to the point where people like Jussi Smollett has to stage an attack just because
he wasn't the only one. There was quite a few.
There's so many of them.
He was just the only one who got major
32
coverage.
of them.
Yeah,
there were 32 in the first 2 years of the Trump administration that were fraudulent.
But going back to multi-generational, it's like those are some endearing scenes in Zoot Suit. Is like the mother and father talking to their kids who are the pachucos going out. They're like, why are you wearing my jacket like that? Why are you speaking Spanish like that? That really
was that first generation making it their own culture.
Correct, making it American. Yeah, and again, how do you get that authenticity script? Do you at least, if it was you script, and I'm going to hire you to rewrite Zoot Suit, I know you're going to research the fuck out of it first before you write a word.
Yes, I am. Not only am I going to research the heck out of it, I'm going to find out who made it. I'm going to find out what sources they used. I'm going to see if there's anything current day where I can draw upon, and then I'm also going to take a look at fan groups, message forums, see where they like to draw. their sources from, and just really get involved in it, find out what they love, and make sure that I can be respectful to that in executing the job. It's part of one of my lessons I put in my videos, which is you write what you know, and then you know what you write. So if you want to, if there's something you love and you don't know a lot about it, you got to know it enough so that even the experts are like, yeah, this person did the work.
It's just Hollywood laziness, man. But the laziness comes out of like, they're always going to be there. Those Latinos, they're always going to buy our product.
There's that, and it's like, we just don't have the time to really put the work in. We have to hit this deadline or this release date goal. So just get it done, and that's also a big hindrance as well.
Right?
But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Haven't they always had those deadlines script?
For a long time, more recently, at least in the last since here's the other part too. So since they've transitioned further and further away from film, the deadlines have gotten a lot shorter because it's like, now we don't have to worry about the cost because it's all on digital right now. It's just the cost of days and hours. We don't have to factor in the film anymore. Beforehand, it was like, well, we have a one film reel that's 10 minutes. That's this X amount of dollars. Let's make sure we get it right before we actually start rolling, because we don't want to have to go back.
Not just that, but post-production process as well.
Okay.
Well, post-production is also narrowed down significantly. So now you have, as a result, they're like saying, well, we don't have to wait 3 years to release a movie now after we shoot it. We can actually shoot it in say 2021 and have it, and start 2021 and have it released at the end of 2021 because of the turnaround and time.
Exactly.
But the thing is, that means nothing if you don't spend enough time on pre-production and getting that script and story right, and getting your cast down, and ignoring all the garbage, because again, like even during production, things can go wrong, and you need to have those insurance days to accommodate for that.
And I think that's why another reason why movies, I should say, has become the way they have is because the speeding up of the process. And I think that's a good point, Script, because when the process was much slower and there was much more time to think through things,
gestate on things,
and you can adjust a little bit more, and it's not so much on the fly as it is now, to where it's like, I hate bringing him up as an example, but like Kevin Smith, he'll shoot for the day and then he'll go and he'll edit for the next 6-7 hours. So his movies are ready to go damn near by the time he's done shooting them, because he's already pre-edited them basically as he's going along. You could never do that back in the day. You used to have to wait for your dailies, and then they would get sent off to your editor, and your editor would kind of loosely assemble shit while waiting for the director to come in, and then they would go to work. And then you're looking at a 4 to 6 month process of finding this bit of film and that bit of film and cutting this bit out and just all that kind of stuff, is to where now you do it on a computer. 1 or 2 people can sit there and do it in an afternoon, as opposed to weeks. Of course it takes a little longer than an afternoon to edit a film.
An afternoon for at least a couple of seconds, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, compared to what it used to take for you to do, it's
no Scotch tape involved anymore. A lot of that.
You have to wait for the opticals to come back.
I miss
slightly less Scotch whiskey.
Yeah, slightly. I miss film, to be honest. I really like film. That I don't know what you call it, but that grain. There's a difference between when I see a new film and
digital doesn't have the same soul that film does.
I don't know what. Yeah, I guess so, but there's a granularity to it, which my mind connects with. This is a movie. It's not a television show.
Did someone say they miss whiskey?
We all miss whiskey.
Yeah.
I'm not even a drinker, and I miss whiskey.
Is 6 years, man?
6 years. Congratulations.
6 years of college down the drain. No, yeah, over 6 years sober, bro.
No, okay, well, congratulations.
But when someone said whiskey, I was like, oh,
yeah.
That just sounds good right now. Anyway, sorry, guys.
But y'all know what I was talking about? What defined a movie for you? Is that an actual filter or something? I don't know, but it's just
it's just the way film captured things differently than digital does. I think we've had this conversation in quite a few different places, but more so on 4K for You with Valiant and I, and he, just the difference with how a camera lens captures, just light in general in comparison to how it's done on film. And yes, you're right. You get a grain structure on film you don't get in digital. I mean, you can apply a grain structure digitally to it, but it looks fake as shit.
Right.
I mean, there's a big difference. And that's why, some of the best 4K Blu-rays out there are from straight up film and not from the recent years, because they look like crap. Because digital just quite ain't there yet. I mean, we got 5 and 6K you can film in, but it's too perfect. It's too pristine.
It looks like a football game.
Yeah, exactly. There's no shadow to it like there used to be. Like film, you used to have to really take into consideration the kind of light you have, to where now digital you can just whip out a camera and it looks just like it looks in the viewfinder. You're done. You know, it's kind of, there's no real mystery to it all and no magic to it. I think that's really what's missing. And then you add in the fact that everything is done digitally now, so you don't have the wow factor anymore. So, you know, again, it's something we get into quite a bit on 4K for you.
Oh, okay.
But we got to get some of these super chats.
Yes, indeed, we do, because we still have a few to get through here. The next one is from James Esparza, who says for $5, TBH, an expectable Latin film in my household often had gold whips, white powder, corruption, and a hero that overcomes for his familia and his cousin dies. Sounds like a great movie. And Immortal Rimas.
What movie was that? TBA?
The TBH.
I thought that means to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, to be honest.
And so basically, so that's what he would expect from a Latin film.
Oh.
Sounds like
whips,
Zorro.
white powder, corruption, and a hero that overcomes for his familia and his cousin dies. Sounds like a movie I want to see. And
yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother argument that,
Yeah.
you know, our some of our most biggest exports are like, you know, the drug crime stories. Everyone loves them.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that. There's room for, I love
Everything.
Narcos Mexico. Narcos Mexico is the shit.
But there's room for everything. That's the point. Not just like Italians used to hate when it was always, you know, mafia stories. Nobody wants to be pinned into one thing because that doesn't represent the whole.
Yeah. And then Immortal Rimas says for £8.99, my Polish grandfather had the same viewpoint back in the day as he once told my mum. I don't hate the Russian people. I just don't agree with their Soviet government. Indeed, it's like typically it's the government that's the issue.
Yeah.
And T Neil 89 says for $5. I don't know, Chris. I'm Italian. Speak it badly. Grew up in New York, and my favorite film is The Godfather. Pretty sure I'm an Italian stereotype. My hair certainly is.
Are you Italian X?
Are you
Yes,
a greaser? That's like the question then, but yeah.
Forget about it.
And Brightest
Forget
Day
about
says
it.
for $1.99, Nobumoto was the Cowboy Bebop anime script writer. Ah, of course, I knew I'd had that.
Yeah, I caught that and I threw it up on screen, but yeah.
What time?
Yeah, she just
what
passed
timing?
away. I believe it was
What
a she.
timing. What timing? But yeah. And that Nobody guy says for $10. Thank you so much. I've been sleeping on your documentaries. So good. Shia LaBeouf was great in Tax Collector. He's nuts. Even got a full chest tattoo in it.
Great
He was
character.
fantastic in Lawless, the gangster movie with Tom Hardy. Yes, he was. He was really
Yep.
good there.
Yep.
Thanks for that. Or I'm glad you enjoyed the content.
And again, you know, what's so great about Tax Collector, Zootsuit, Blood In, Blood Out, a lot of the depictions, you always got that güero that grew up with the Mexicans. That they're probably more, you know, those white boys are probably more Chicano than. It's so cool to see, and Shia did a great job in that performance. I got to tell you.
Yeah. And then we have Munchkin says for £10 Hello again. Been wondering, with masks now being ubiquitous and normalized or else, will movies ever depict that, or will famous trust the science actors insist we can see their faces on screen? The latter. Totally the latter.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. The show This Is Us uses masks.
I was going to say, there's
no.
been a few things that have incorporated it, but I doubt movies really will.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a mix, but I think that for most things they're going to want to show their faces as much as possible. I think.
Well, it'll
I
date
prefer that.
things. It'll
Yeah,
date
I
things
certainly-
badly otherwise.
Yeah.
But here we go. This is Akiko Nobumoto, if I'm saying that right.
Keiko
died
Nobumoto.
died at the age of 57. This was from last Friday.
Wow.
So she was one of the writers, and so they actually had the audacity to say they were trying to fix something that a woman wrote. Wow.
Well, evidently, that's what they did.
Oops.
So yeah, so this is sad that she went so early.
Yeah, very young. Jesus.
Yeah, I was very young.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have, shall we see? Next one is Revkor, who says a good remail, in my opinion, was Jim Carrey's Grinch, because while staying faithful, it added to the story. And Arsa Play says Jens loves muscles. By the way, Arsa Khan, Arsa Place, Arsa Khan, not archive. LOL. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and let's see. And Comics and Culture says for $10, as a Mexican American, I can say that other Hispanic groups view PRs as having goofy accents and being wannabe blacks, which explains why there was so little Latino support for In the Heights and West Side Story.
Oh, man, that's a can of worms.
Yeah,
that's a can of worms, bro. I'm not. Yeah, that's a can of worms. I would say there's a lot of truth in what you're saying, but it just goes to the monolith. We're not a monolith. There's a lot of dysfunctional infighting between different Latino countries. You know, that's nothing new in the history of mankind there. But yeah, other than that, that's a longer conversation. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah. And then we have it disappeared on me here. Amazing. Just 1 second, and I shall bring it right.
Well, while you're doing that, Xenobit points out that Batman doesn't cover his mouth. Oh no! Well.
Batman wears a cowl.
Yeah.
I'm.
You can call it a mask.
We got a talk script. I got an idea for a Bat Tom cartoon with Kevin Smith and the whole mask thing.
Okay.
I'm not fighting crime with this stupid fucking thing on my face. But hey, Batman, you're already wearing a mask. Shut the fuck up.
It's a cowl.
Just like I tell everybody, you're already wearing a mask. Why do you have 2 fucking masks on, you idiot?
Yeah. That Kevin Smith, he was an idiot.
That's pretty much what I got in mind so far.
And with that, I am back to. I thought I was. I'm almost back.
I even ad-libbed for like a minute for you.
Yeah, but I'm. Well, we got it now. Marcus says for €2, how is La Casa de Papel received by Latinos?
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of requests for me to check that out. Don't know yet.
Oh, there's your answer to that. And then Xenobit, who is rapidly becoming the sponsor of this show, says for $5, when they put Daredevil in the MCU, is Ben Affleck going to stop playing Batman? By the way, Affleck has a very good car insurance with that duck. This must be a commercial or something that I missed. And you know what? It would be hilarious if Ben Affleck did a cameo as Daredevil.
That would be awesome.
I would not be surprised if that were to happen.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
If they don't do a cameo, they'll just take like some cut footage from that movie and just splice it in somehow.
Yeah, but I doubt it.
Yeah,
I doubt they do that.
And Xenobit also says, when people told me Dredd was in theaters, I was like, movies have been dreadful for years. Why is Dredd in theaters a new thing?
Hi-yo!
Yo!
Hey.
Is this on?
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. And Paulus Plain, my fellow Norwegian countryman, says for 200 Norwegian krona. German Der Untergang, subtitled in Norwegian or English. Andre, sweet old boy, please tell the sweet Midnight's Edge community about the power of World War II history. I wish I could speak German. With love from Norway. Yeah, World War II is, well, I'm sure that you guys here in at least know the gist of World War II, but the pretty big thing and a little bit beyond the scope.
There was a second World War. I haven't watched the first
lecture
one yet.
For right now. I won't get into it in due time. Michael Miller says for 14 South African rands, just did a pub quiz. Bible Man was a topic and came up. Bible Man, huh? I didn't know that was a thing, but there you go.
Oh, Bible Man, it's what's his face from Charles in Charge? Willie Ames, isn't that who plays him?
I wouldn't know.
He's like a religious comic book character. It's like a very popular for. I don't know if it's still going or not, but it was like very popular for years. But yeah, I know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
I'm probably the only one here. Evidently, it's not like I really watched it or anything. But
well, as long as someone knows, we're good. Moving on. Olaf van S says for €2. Spidey's 70s actor wasn't asked for appearance in the movie. Oh, I hope Nicholas Hammond lied.
Doubt it, yeah. I like what White Knight says here, though. A bit of a spoiler here. World War I is known as the Great War, but it wasn't that great.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
The war to end all wars.
The war to end. Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. The war to end all wars that week.
Yeah, pretty much.
That until the industrial complex.
Yeah, Xenobit says for $2, Japanese Spider-Man cameo, or I won't go. That would also be hilarious if they have Spider-Man make a cameo.
Spider-Man.
Mr. Ticklefrog says for $2 Canadian, Italian Spider-Man cameo, or I'm walking.
You guys realize you keep bringing these Spider-Men in here. We're gonna have like a Ready Player One scene by the end, right? Like, and that's just gonna get too. That's gonna be like, oh look, like it's gonna. The whole movie's gonna be that fucking meme with Leonardo DiCaprio, like where he's just pointing at the screen. That's all. Yeah. I like the idea, but what was that, George?
The Greek Spider-Man.
Oh, Lord. Then we might as well get the Spider Lady from that crazy Superman movie too. From
oh God.
Yeah. Anyway,
what?
I'm trying to remember what country it's from. I think it's either
the Turkish one.
Turkish, I think. Yeah, I think you're right.
And then Trenchman,
a musical.
Just for $4.99. I hope you fellows will cover the Hideaki Anno Shin Ultraman and Masked Rider film developments, since a new Shin Ultraman teaser was released today.
I would love to get on top of that, just among the million other things that I'm supposed to get on top of.
Yeah, I have quite enough with the people I know and understand anything about. So maybe Pablo or Diego can do something on Espanol. I think that's the best chance. Yeah.
What happened?
No, Trenchman.
We decided we're having tacos for
Shin Ultraman.
Sorry,
I just had a green chili chicken tamale. That was good.
Does Diego or Pablo know anything about Ultraman?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Yeah, I'm sure that one of them will.
I'll get them on it.
So we'll see if that may be something that can be covered on Espanol. And then Xenobit also says, Andre, we have 50 states. We have room for more. Just have Norway become the 51st state. Well, some of in our shall we say, like more American critical people claim that we already are. So yeah, there's that. And Mags says for $5, Andre, go from the South to Texas. Script Doctor, you too. Yeah. Also, you are more than welcome in Virginia. Paper's precious, needs to stop by.
Honestly,
I miss Virginia.
The shit you tell me about Norway, if they really think you guys are as bad as America over there, then they all need to come visit for about a week or two, and then they'll feel much different.
I think well, we can talk when Brandon is.
I would love to just go to the spa.
Yeah, I'd love that. Fuck, they're going to close that now.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to remind you.
Fucking, it sounds so fucking like I need my sound now.
Guess what? We know what Andre's building.
I'm still waiting for Andre to talk about that Santa Claus commercial.
The Norwegian one?
We already
forced him to watch that.
Oh, you did?
They did that like a week ago or so?
I think that was the closest he came to drinking since the multi.
All right, I'll stop.
We had to watch like a Grandiosa taco pizza commercial, just like wash that out of us. So no one speak about that ever again.
He was very upset.
Yeah, and Jaeger says for $5, comic book movies should emulate good James Bond films for longevity. One villain/quality script at a time. The pile-on villains always ends badly. No, I don't know. I think they did pretty good with Endgame.
It can be done. It's just tricky. The thing is,
yeah.
But I think that's funny is that Kevin Feige actually was saying shit like that years ago. And then
he was saying that during the the latter part of X-Men, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
Well, and even just in more recent years, but like he was starting to say like, oh yeah, I think we're just going to recast him like Bond eventually, blah, 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 blah. But that's where I think, like I've said, it's almost time for like a hard reset. Like I'm with Andre at this point, even though I disagreed then.
I don't want a hard reset. I haven't said that, but
no, but my agreement is that at this point, like Infinity War and Endgame were it. They're done. We've gone way past that. It's crushing under the weight of itself. They need to either just hard reset it or something, or I don't know.
No, they simply need to change focus and don't try to top themselves.
It's too late for that.
Level. That's what
it's too late. I mean, it'd be nice, but I don't know. I think it's too late for that. I could be wrong.
What do you want? What do you want, Tom? You want them to just literally erase the past and just start with a whole new? Because we built not overall. There's all that emotional attachment now.
I'm to that point now.
I'm because no way.
After watching the last few shows and movies, it's like I don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah, well, that's you only basically need to change the focus away from those dreadful commie shows,
right?
And they've got nothing coming up to entice me outside of Spider-Man and Guardians.
Yeah, no, let's hope for the Punisher
and Doctor Strange. Well, Punisher's so far off.
I know it's far off, but that's something that I'm certainly hoping.
Do you really think Daredevil's going to get his own show too?
Yes,
I think Daredevil will.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's not going to be just Daredevil.
Well, what is it going to be? They're going to bring the Defenders back?
Yeah, they are. Like, they're totally bringing the Defenders back. But
maybe, but
not all of them.
He's going to have a strong female sidekick, I guarantee you.
Well, I can live with Elektra.
Yeah, it might be Daredevil and Elektra, but she's dead.
Yeah, but
in the Netflix, we don't know what's happened to her. She's missing technically.
Yeah. Right. And also that was in the Netflix verse.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I checked out. I didn't really care for the actress they had.
I didn't care for I mean, she did the role well, but she was very too slender and small for the role.
It just kind of lost me at that point. After the Punisher storyline and they got into the Elektra shit, I kind of checked out.
Yeah, I don't know many Greek women that look that thin who are also trained as like assassins. It's like no, they've got some. They got some nice curves.
Well, not that Jennifer Garner was a great choice in the first place, but
too skinny. But yeah, I liked her, but she was too skinny. I mean, you're not looking forward to maybe Moon Knight being good?
I
am, but I've gotten to the point. I used to be a lot more hopeful, but in the last few,
what it is, Tom didn't get any sleep last night. He don't like nothing.
There's that part of it, but
that's my fault.
Here's my thing. I've been watching Hawkeye, which has been the first one of these shows I've really kind of half-ass got into. But you know what? There's like another new episode or two. I don't give a shit. I haven't really decided to go back to it. I'm not like dying to see it. You know what I've been doing in my spare time, Paulie? I've been rewatching the Beatles anthology.
Oh my god!
Wow!
It's like fucking. I got 20 minutes. I'm watching another chapter of the Beatles anthology. Fuck that.
Talking to my dad yesterday. Because him and my parents just they handed me down
8 hours,
their albums, right? And they handed me down Let It Be. We had their names on them. And my mom, was in love with it. And I was telling my dad about it. He's okay, I'll check it out. I go, it's 7 hours. 7 hours of what? Oh, they're just talking to each other. I ain't gonna see that shit.
Oh, fuck that. It's awesome. You get sucked right in.
Yeah, I agree.
Even if you're not a Beatles fan, because it's like you get to see these. It's just amazing because they have this aura about them, but you get to see just regular guys writing a song, and you literally watch Paul McCartney get back in like a matter of like 3-4 minutes. He's just sitting there fucking around, and all of a sudden they just start writing a song. And I love it when John's just like, just put whatever woods and we'll just fix it later.
Yep.
That reminds me, you have to check out the Laibach version of Get Back.
The Laibach version?
Yeah.
The Ligar?
Laibach. It's a European, how do I describe it? Sarcastic fascist band.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh.
And they have a cover of Beatles Let It Be in the commie version.
Oh, okay. You'll have to send me that.
Yeah. You'll love it. Or well, maybe you won't. But
Lindsay says Laibach. Yes.
And if nothing, it's Laibach is one of my favorite bands. I've seen them live many, many times, and they do like these amazing cover songs. And they did a whole album of Beatles covers, actually. to check out the whole thing. But like to me, it's their Get Back cover, which is the best one. Did I say Let Be or did I say Get Back?
You said both of them already, but I'll listen to both.
Yeah,
I'm actually not somebody who's afraid of Beatles covers, but I'm not. I never watched that movie that was full of them.
But the point is that you're not watching anything new.
No. I was like, fuck it. I want to, because Get Back got me back in the mood for that. I'm like, I haven't watched the anthology in years, but I've seen it more than of all documentaries I've ever seen in my life. I've seen the Beatles anthology probably more times than any. So,
George, you a Beatles fan?
I am not a great Beatles fan, but I enjoy them.
Get the hell out of here. That's a trick question.
Andre be like, outside of Yellow Submarine, they are not dead enough inside. At least Yellow Submarine had blue meanies.
Yeah.
But I also like the Monkeys a little bit.
Yeah, sad we lost one of the last remaining Monkeys last week.
Yeah.
Michael Nesmith.
Yeah.
This weekend I was watching that While My Guitar Gently Weeps, that old rock and roll Hall of Fame induction performance.
Oh, with Prince and shit?
Yeah.
Was it good?
Oh, it's a great performance. You got all kinds. It was like Eric Clapton and a bunch of other guys up on stage doing it.
So it's really cool because you have like, Tom Petty, Jeff Lynne, Steve Winwood, George Harrison's son, and they're all performing. But then Prince does the guitar solo, and you forget everyone else.
Yeah, he just comes out and steals the show.
Yeah,
which is funny because, like, did you ever hear what Eric Clapton said when he was asked what it felt like to be the greatest lead guitarist of all time? He goes, "Ask Prince."
That's Prince. He's somebody who hasn't bent into woke.
Eric?
Clapton.
Oh fuck,
Prince?
no,
Prince is dead.
no. He was talking about Eric. Eric actually, he almost got canceled here recently.
Right. I know, but they couldn't do it.
Shit.
So many people supported it.
I fucking chewed Rolling Stone out for that shit. I'm like, how the fuck do you all have the gall to go after one of the people that made you who the fuck you are?
Yep.
Give me a fucking break. I'm like, and then there's people coming after me like, can you even tell me where you have the audacity to come off telling me that Rolling Stone is jack shit without people like Eric Clapton?
Oh.
He was one of the people that made them who they are.
Absolutely. Without a doubt.
All those people of that era, that was why the Rolling Stone is such a big deal, because of the guys from Led Zeppelin, the guys from like Eric Clapton, all those guys that made the covers. Like that was the whole point, that was when music was music, right? Like and Rolling Stone ain't shit now. Fuck them.
Yep.
No, they sold out a long time ago.
They're the Huff Post.
And I think Valiant's making a good point though. We've gone way too long today. We need to get to these super chats.
Yeah, we do.
You know what, Valiant? We're having a good time.
He's right though. We do need to get to the super chats.
Nah, man, all day long, all day. Come on.
Yeah, well, it's 10 p.m. where I'm at. So
it's getting late for him.
Moving on here, Paulus Plain, he had a commentary on what you said about like everything is sponsored by Pfizer, and this is one of the why we don't need to be the 51st
sponsored by.
He says for 100 Norwegian krona, pharmaceutical advertising is illegal in Norway. Big pharma is not a thing. It's pretty true actually. And
that's good.
It's very good. And Xenobit says for $5, some woke programs get cancelled before they have a chance to even get produced. Woke fails so bad. Sometimes they even fail to lose money. Diego Flores, we got this one. Casparius says for $5, Latinx is temporarily going away for now. The SJWs will be more subtle with their subversion and bring it back stronger than ever.
I think we're beating them down.
Yeah, Xenobit also says Latinx had no prior research on how offensive it was because it wasn't used before. Corporate executives went, we have now data showing they hate this. And Adam Wofford said for $5, have you guys heard that now Asians are considered as white people?
Yeah.
So whites has tripled the population. My girlfriend isn't happy. Yeah, no, they're already whites because they're not, they can't be like accused of being victims. They're just a little bit too successful for them.
Let's put it this way, if you don't have enough melanin in your skin, there's a chance that you will be considered honorary white at some point here.
Yeah.
That's how we maintain the majority.
Yeah, or if you, and also like if you're just a little bit too successful that you can't possibly be accused of being a victim, then you might also just be an honorary white. And moving on,
You hear that, Paulie?
says for $5.
I mean, I'm trying to like close up because Valiant Renegade doesn't want me talking anymore.
He's
so
joking.
He
said he was
get on here, Valiant.
Yeah,
get on here. All you do is talk. You and your mouth.
He couldn't come on.
You and Cameron.
But I can carry on
video,
with a few more super chats here so we can round out. Xenobit says for $5, you don't have to show a kid a suit to teach them about racism. You just have to read woke Twitter for a few hours.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Certainly a modern day variety. Let's not compare the two. And Mecca J says for $5, here's a little news. City of Chicago confirms it will sue Juicy Smollett.
Good.
About time.
$130,000 on fake hate crime. Yeah, good for them. Xenobit also says, Italians like the film Godfather. I completely understand. I was always partial to Deliverance myself.
Whoa.
I like your mouth.
Oh, you got a pretty mouth,
George, you
boy.
got a pretty mouth.
You got a pretty mouth, boy. I remember that movie.
He looks.
And Marigo Ann says for £5 pounds, still mad at the Afro-Cuban woman who bitched about In the Heights not having dark-skinned Latin Americans when it's about Dominican Republic people.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
Bro, that was let me just real quick on that one. Sorry, Valiant, but really quick again. That was the lowest of low. To imagine interviewing the filmmakers of a film, and then you're like, I liked it, but this is what you need to do. Basically, do better, right? Then you go after Rita Moreno for Rita defending. Then you call Rita and you call Lin-Manuel white supremacist Latinos.
That's fucking hilarious.
Here's what I have to say: go make your own fucking movie.
That's hilarious. White supremacist Latino.
Yeah.
Oh no, that will expand just like the LGBTQ plus stuff. It just be in the opposite spectrum.
Yep.
Oh no, it's I've been called that. I've been called that.
On that note, Mexican
white
Iron
man
Man is throwing down the gauntlet. Yes. He says Slant versus Renegade. Lightsabers at dawn with masks on. Helmets optional. Ready? Fight.
I mean, that's not even a fight, dog.
Didn't he kick your ass with a lightsaber, though? I'm just saying.
Well, I was caught off guard. I was vulnerable.
Yeah, see,
I was at home.
These excuses.
I'm telling you, man. I was at home.
You had home field advantage.
No, there was no. I was like invited out, and he was meeting my lady, my dogs, everything. George, like
well,
familia.
You should have had that spirit going for you with all the.
No, man. What I should have done is,
or were you just being a gentleman? You're like, I'll let him win.
Exactly.
Oh,
let him win.
All bullshit. But anyway, moving on.
But then now there's Valiant Renegade who wants to squab with his Louisiana style of fighting. Bring it, dog. Bring it.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna put my money on VR just cause.
Oh, really? Just because you got a show with him?
Because Mike beat your ass, man. I'm just saying.
Out right now,
I just think Buzz gonna pull out his 6 hour and shoot you.
I'm going clearly off.
All I need to do is I just need to get my hands on Valiant. Get my hands on you, and it's over.
Mike Clubber langed your ass, motherfucker. I'm sorry.
No, man, he did this. He's an expert with the swords and shit.
You know karate and shit, and he still kicked your ass.
I didn't want to kill him.
That's Brazilian.
I don't want to kill him. I don't want to kill people. I don't want to kill
him. You're a man of peace and chivalry.
Yeah,
you let him save his honor.
Took me 10 years to get my black belt. You don't do that by killing people.
Point being, as Mags points out here, it's still Mikey won, Paulie nothing.
Wow. Whoa. Oh, you know what, Mags? I believe that Mags is still a member of the Latino Slant, so I will allow that. But everyone else who is dogging me in the chat, who is laughing their asses off, I'll let you laugh your asses off.
Isn't there
you gotta
video
go
evidence
subscribe to the Latino Slant, subscribe to Midnight's Edge Espanol. Thank you. Everyone's
I'm just picking on Paulie. I know, but
that's look, see what you guys did.
You and VR ever meet? You are dueling. You know this, right?
All right, man. Don't involve me. Valiant, all you do is involve. Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Now he's trying to play the big guy.
Okay, change the subject, Andre.
Back to the super chats, which disappeared on me again. Fantastic. But
Sorry,
that's
man.
What
because I'm just
timing?
going to refresh it.
On guard.
Because but it's
I'm checking right now.
I have
Mags.
it right here.
Mags.
They're enjoying this though, so.
Oh yeah,
Are you gonna wear your hat when you duel?
I have it here. Xenobit says World War II was a found footage disaster film. There's some amazing footage from there. Snell World says for $5. Did you guys see the HasLab Proton Packs was backed by 21,000 people?
How much does that thing cost? I know I heard a little bit about it, but I'm not a fan of the HasLab business.
And Snell World also says Bollywood Spider-Man cameo or bust.
That would be interesting.
And then Xenobit also says Andre sounds like Ricardo Montalban. That's a new one. I've been told that I sound like Javier Bardem.
Okay, say
no, I know what you say.
He tests me, and I shall have him say it.
Yes.
No. Here, repeat after me, Andre.
Okay.
Fine.
Wait.
Corinthian leather.
Fine Corinthian leather.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Ricardo Montalban.
Okay, then we know that.
Yeah. And Mags is still a member of Latino.
We have
Clan,
a con now.
so you can keep on dogging me, Mags, all you want.
Con.
Max can dog.
We're gonna play some chess, con.
I think she was 61. I think she was 61 when he filmed that movie.
With that, gentlemen,
that's his chest.
That's his
real
chest. Some Mexican chest.
He's
not
already
a Puerto Rican chest.
He said that in an interview. That's the question he got asked the most from people. Was the chest a prosthetic? He's like, no, it was all me.
They did glue the necklace on him though, because it kept moving around.
Yeah,
with
that.
Michael Miller adds, XXX Spider-Man chick or bust. Well, you get a bust in that movie anyway. Boy. That's for sure. And Sander Hammerslag adds, con! And with that, now I know we can do some con Kirk cartoons. I get ideas, but no time to do them. So with that, I think we're going to wrap things up. Check out George's channel. He's been knocking it out of the park with his great videos lately.
Oh, did we get the member chats that we came?
Oh, shoot. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, Tommy, you do that.
I will grab them. Yes, thank you so much for reminding me, Script. We had Fears the Mind Killer with the first one, who says, Spielberg's protege is Jar Jar Abrams. I think that explains a lot.
Well, Hollywood anointed Jar Jar as Spielberg's protege. Spielberg has not taken J. Abrams under his wing at all.
No, and Jar Jar's good at emulating things and making things look like something else.
And mystery.
But once you start scratching off the surface of it, you can tell it's just a generic.
It's a veneer.
Veneer.
He uses too many lens flares for me. It drives me insane. And I didn't know what that was until I started watching his stuff. And I'm like, what the hell is that?
Right.
Yeah. And now you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Deliberately shining a flashlight into the lens.
Yep. Then we had Jesus Davila. Well, yeah, on that there's that whole little segment in the making of Star Trek 09 where they're literally putting mirrors and shit around the set just so they could get lens flare all over the fucking place. It's ridiculous. Anyway,
you see how Mags is pumping my channel now. Yeah, that's
we love you, Paulie. Jesus Davila is here as well and says, hail to all on the panel, to the mods in the chat. Hail Midnight's Edge. Well, thank you so much for that, Jesus, and thank you for the support.
You guys want to know what the nickname for Jesus is in our culture?
What's that?
Do share.
Chewy.
Nice.
Okay.
Now, is Chewy an abbreviation for something too, or no? Is it just Chewy?
CHUY is just a slang for Jesus.
Nice.
I didn't know that.
So Chewy is Jesus.
Is there a slang for George, like Jorge? Is there a slang for
Jorge? Oh no. It's usually kind of like, no, I don't. Yeah, Jorge. George is Jorge.
Yeah.
It already sounds cool in Spanish. So.
Yeah, it sounds really cool.
Sounds much better than Tomas.
Yeah.
See, Jorge at least sounds cool and like regal.
Well, like I say Chuy or is like or like Pancho, because those are like well-known nicknames that you guys might have, like Pancho Villa.
Pancho Villa, yeah.
So Pancho is a nickname for Francisco. That's that was his real name.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I only know Pancho Villa. I know that I saw the movie, also played by Pancho Villa, because he was like a movie star on the side.
Now starring Pancho Villa.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then one from Mexican Iron Man who says, play the Santa Postal commercial for Paulie and Andre again, please. Sean Carter member says so too. If we had 4 minutes, maybe, Mike, but I don't want to torture Andre with that again.
He's going to bed soon. Let's not give him nightmares.
Yeah, exactly. Once was enough for that.
We'll have him on the slant, and we'll invite.
Yeah, we'll do it some other time when it's not so late in the show.
We'll invite Valiant Renegade too.
And then Xenobit says J.J. Abrams said King Kong was too cute and Godzilla wasn't scary enough when he was making Cloverfield. You know what? Cloverfield sucked.
Yeah,
I said it.
Really?
It wasn't great. It's a ripoff.
Trying to be Blair Witch Project.
I literally watched the last 45 minutes in 1.5 times speed because I just wanted to get through it.
I did not like it.
To each his own.
Well, for one, you have. Let's just like ignore some of the other stupidity in it. The main thing that really turned me off was you have a guy who's going back into the city after he already got out to save a girl that might be alive that he likes, and ends up getting all his fucking friends killed in the process.
Yeah, it didn't.
Pretty fucking stupid.
It just didn't do it for me.
Yeah, and then he's like never putting the camera down either. Like, that bothered me. And then Paulus Plain says 100% pure 5 Star Trek, the original series, The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise shows, 100% pure 10 Star Trek films, 1 through 10. Yeah. I'm actually fine, which is weird because Andre has said that he has found himself less likely to go back to Star Trek now after Picard and Discovery, as to where I have been going back more often. Actually been watching TNG here and there too.
I still watch TNG, the original series, Deep Space Nine, all the time. And the last 2 seasons of Enterprise a lot because I like those last 2.
And I enjoyed the 4K transfers of the first 4 movies. And I think I think we're going to get the other 4 coming up, but we'll see.
There's only one Star Trek I haven't seen. It's Voyager. The others I watch all the time. Never seen Voyager. I've never seen it. I don't know.
DS9 and Voyager I got to get more into. Sorry.
Voyager's a great concept, but they just did not. It just was like a copy of a copy in the execution size.
Oh, because I love Enterprise. I enjoy it, but I tried to watch Voyager once. I think I got halfway through the first episode, and I'm like, I'll get back to it later, and it just never happened. But I want to just to complete. I want to complete it. It's like just have watched everything. But after Picard, I'm like, no way, I can't see that or Discovery. It was just horrible.
No, I've been enjoying a lot more Generation. And I can't wait for the next set of Blu-rays to come out, the 4K ones. So I like Star Trek the animated series. Yeah,
me too. I got all those episodes on.
Yeah, you're gonna be watching a bunch of those, Paulie.
No,
that's what I heard.
Why, you don't like Star Trek, Paulie?
No, the P hard.
Yeah, Picard.
He committed to watching Picard, and he's been trying to get out of it.
I've never watched an episode, and
he's trying to ghost us on that shit. So.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to watch 1, and he's going to watch 10.
You know what, Andre? I'm doing it for Andre.
You gotta say he made me do it, motherfucker.
We got to figure that out. How we're going to do that?
It's real simple. Go watch 1 episode of Santa Inc. You'll be dying to see Picard.
That's probably true. Then Snell World sends
if you go straight into Picard from Santa, you'll just be dying, period.
Yes. Snell World sends in another $5 super chat. Thank you. And says, I was watching Star Trek The Final Frontier, and these days any Star Trek pales in comparison. Yeah. I mean, classic Trek is still king. Michael Miller brings up that DS9 is the best Trek. Enterprise is second best. Voyager is good, not great, but it's most rewatchable, I think he means. TNG is unwatchable today. I disagree. I think TNG is great. I love TNG.
I like the first 4 seasons to TNG. Like that; those are my favorite of that.
I love
one.
the actors in them, The casting was great.
Yeah, I've been somewhere like whenever I pick up an episode, I'm somewhere in like season 3 or 4 now. I can't remember which. But
Family is like one of my favorite episodes.
I think season 3 is when I'm on.
Family is season 4.
The beauty is you got 20 some episodes a season. They go on forever. It's like
26
Yeah.
episodes.
26,
or whatever it is. Yeah, I'm so used
How long are the Picard ones?
Oh, those are like 45 minutes, and there's only like 10. So, yeah. And then Durouan adds in another
God, sounds horrible.
5-year. I know, right? It says bonjour à tous. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty close.
Bonjour, too.
I still miss the me. Whoever saw
favorite.
the Santa commercial, George. Which Midnight's Edge in the Morning was that we watched that on? I'm trying to remember.
Was that a week
I
ago
think
or
it was
2 weeks ago?
No, I think it was last Friday.
It was either last Friday or Wednesday. Yeah.
So
I think it
that
was more. It
means-
was longer than last Friday. It was at least last Wednesday or Monday. I think. Somebody in the chat will remember. I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't recall. Like, but it's in the last
I don't
6
think
shows.
it was Friday.
If you go and check out the last 6 shows on Live Archives, it's in one of those.
Yeah.
And it's either going to be the last, like the 4th from this one, or the 7th.
The
or
commercial's
8th
long
from
enough
this
to where
one.
if you do the visual scan through the episode, you should be able to find it.
Yeah, it's also towards the end of the show.
Yeah,
I think it was a Friday show, so it would have been last Friday or the Friday before that.
I'd say it might have been the Friday before then, because I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it wasn't last Friday, but I could be wrong. The way my days go, it's hard to say. Mecha J
It
says
definitely wasn't this Friday, so it must have
That's
been
what I
on
was thinking.
Friday before that. So that
That's what I
means
was
that you would
thinking.
have to go. You'd have to go back 1, 2, 3, 4 shows. So like the 4 shows back in time is where you'd find it.
and if we're wrong, we apologize, but I think Andre's right. And then Mecha
Yeah.
J says, you guys can watch the fan series Star Trek Continues. It's essentially the lost season of the original series. People have been telling us that for a while.
Yeah.
I haven't really watched any. I think, have you, Andre? I know Script, I think,
No.
has.
Oh, I've watched it. It's really solid for fan
Yeah.
film productions. It's pretty much the best one out
Which
there.
one?
Star Trek Continues. That's
Yeah,
Vic
that's the one that Vic
Mignogna.
Mignogna's in, yeah. I've met
Oh,
Vic Mignogna, but I've never really watched it. I've seen bits and pieces here and there, though. The production value and all that stuff, it's really spot on to the original series. I mean,
Yeah, they even
They do a great
cracked the illusion for the engineering set that not a lot of people figured out.
so yeah. And then Michael Miller brings up that Picard is 10 episodes long and they ruin him in an entire series. This is not untrue. It is very true.
Yeah, and then at the end of the series, what they turned him into, unbelievable.
Oh my god, that's unbelievable.
Paulus
let's
Plain-
not spoil it.
It says, with 100 Norwegian krona, long live the Empire, Kapla. And he even subtitled it. It says success.
Where's Valiant Renegade? I'm gonna find Valiant Renegade. Now I'm gonna fuck him
No,
up.
this is what he would say. He'd go, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
but this
so
is when he was
sorry
in
for
First
being white.
Contact. This is First Contact Picard. So it's like, bata, come on.
I don't care. I'm old and I'm sorry. Dune buggy.
Anyways.
I do miss the Picard on the Dune buggies, which I never thought I would say, but after the Picard series, yeah, I do miss that.
Zontar sends in $2. I think people just want us to keep going now. at this
Right. Keep sending money.
Mass Vanderstiepen is the. Did I say that right?
Wow.
Let's see. But Mas Verstappen. Mas Verstappen.
That I knew I was doing something right.
Verstappen.
Is the F1 World Drivers Champion? There you go.
All right.
Okay, cool.
All
Yeah.
right. Vroom, vroom.
Mr. Tinkletrunk says Star Trek Voyager is an oasis of water in an era of Picard and Discovery. The Orville, a masterpiece. Yes, it is. Can't wait till season 3. We're getting that soon. Yeah.
I haven't
we
seen
got-
Orville yet.
We have a lot of poets in the chat. The way they word sentences, man.
What were you
Very
saying, Script?
descriptive.
Oh yeah, we should be getting the Orville in the new year, early in the new year.
Yeah, soon. I think they said March or something like that.
I'm hoping it stays that way.
Yeah. Xenobit says Latinx is male and Latini is female. Gross.
So if it was Spanish, it would be Latinx. And if it was
It's still kind of backwards. Isn't the XY a man and XX a woman?
Y is E.
Latini? Now both of those sound like fucking drinks.
They just sound awful.
Yeah.
That's the other thing too. It sounds so stupid.
You want a martini or a latini? Oh, I don't know.
I want a Latinecki.
I want a Latinx.
Like a Dos Equis, yeah.
Yeah. So I said they both sound like fucking drinks.
I mean, honestly, I'd rather have a whiskey. I'd rather have a whiskey with George.
Yeah, but you're gonna have a water. So
a lot
we can have a club soda.
I'll have I have a Topo Chico of club soda.
And with that, kids, as much as we appreciate all the super chats and you guys loving to keep us going, we do need to wrap this up. There are other streams going on. In fact, there's probably something I can make you raid here. Let me see. Oh, Gary's live on the Nooner. Go raid the Nooner. Tell him we sent you. Tell him we love him.
But do come back again for Toxic Femininity.
Yeah, in a few hours here we got Toxic Femininity, so come back for that. I'm sure the ladies will be talking about all kinds of fun stuff. But follow the link. Tell Gary that Midnight's Edge sent you. Check out George's channel. Check out Latino Slant. Check out Midnight's Edge Espanol. Check out the Script Doctor. Check out Chris Gore's channel, Film Threat. Was there anybody else on this morning, Andre, that I'm forgetting? No, I think we're good. So check out Toxic Femininity tonight. And other than that, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Take care of yourselves and each other. Tell Gary we said hello. Anybody got anything real quick they really, really wanted to plug?
I'll plug it Wednesday.
Okay, sounds good. George, did you have anything real quick you wanted to plug?
No, I dropped my Santa Inc. Video, and then I have 2 more videos coming this week. I hope you all enjoy it.
And I know you're going to go see Spider-Man, so can't wait to hear
what you
think.
Yep.
And then Paulus Plain says, no, Xenobit Latinx is male and Latin Y is female. Chromosomes, male XY, female XX. Yes. I think that's what Paulie was trying to say, wasn't it?
Yeah, man.
But with that, thanks you so much, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And take care of yourselves and each other. Here's some koalas in the rain.
Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given. Koala. Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given.